I hope Noble Lords will just bear with me 1 second as I move to my next job, which is a much nicer job. What a privilege it is to open International Women's Day, the International Women's Day debate. On this important occasion, we come together to recognise and celebrate the achievement of women and girls across the world. This year, International Women's Day is particularly significant for all of us in this country and in this Parliament. In 2018, we celebrate the centenary of the first British women getting the vote, and there is much to celebrate. 100 years on, women are represented at every level in public life. Almost a third of all government posts are filled by women. In my own department, the Home Office, over half the ministers are women, including the Home Secretary. And of course, we have our second ever female Prime Minister. Just last year, Cressida Dick was appointed the first woman Commissioner of the London Metropolitan Police, and my honourable colleague Baroness Hale became the first woman President of the Supreme Court. To add to this, Sarah Clarke was chosen to be the first female Black Rod in 650 years, and Danny Cotton became the first female Commissioner of the London Fire Brigade. We also saw Jodie Whittaker regenerate to become the first female Doctor Who. My lords, are we soon to see the first female James Bond? But although this is a day to celebrate the achievements of women, we must also recognise the challenges and prejudice with which women and girls are faced, both at home and across the world. In the spirit of this year's International Women's Day theme, we must continue to press for progress to accelerate gender equality. We must not be complacent and believe that this struggle has been consigned to the past. Just as the suffragettes, suffragists and their supporters stood side by side in solidarity to fight for the right of women to cast their ballot 100 years ago, we have witnessed in the past year a global movement of women once again coming together to call out injustice. Women from all walks of life have issued a rallying cry, calling time on sexual harassment, violence against women, unequal pay and discrimination. We must capitalise on the momentum of campaigns such as the Me Too movement to accelerate the drive towards equality for all. This government has been making great strides to build on the work of countless members on all sides of both houses. The UK has a proud history of playing a central role in securing change for women and girls. We are well respected internationally for our world-leading policy and legislation on equalities. However, outside of the UK, many women and girls still do not have the opportunities and choices that they deserve, whether due to cultural expectations, poverty, conflict, or a combination of all three. We know that there is a crucial role for us to play to end injustice both at home and abroad, and this country already does great work internationally to ensure gender equality reaches all corners of the globe. The UK was instrumental in securing agreement for dedicated targets on gender equality and women's empowerment within the Sustainable Development Goals, and right now, as I speak, UK aid is having a significant impact on the lives of millions of women and girls across the globe. To name but a few examples, UK aid has supported over 6,000 communities across 16 countries to make public commitments to end female genital mutilation, representing 18 million people. UK aid has also enabled 8.5 million women to access modern methods of family planning over 5 years. Yesterday, the Department for International Development launched their new strategic vision for gender equality. This sets out the UK's global leadership in securing with our partners the rights of all girls and women around the world, particularly in fragile and conflict-affected states and in humanitarian and protracted crises. These are all great achievements, but there is still more to do to achieve gender equality and to improve the lives of women and girls around the world. Globally, my lords, 1 in 3 women are beaten or sexually abused in their lifetime. We hear so many statistics in this chamber every day, we risk becoming desensitised to the horrific facts. We must do everything in our power to ensure that we do not. Imagine looking at a class of young girls, knowing that 1/3 of them will face physical or sexual violence over the course of their lives. That cannot go on. Protecting women and girls from violence and supporting victims is an absolute priority, whether they suffer violence in their communities, relationships or online. The UK is leading the way internationally, but we know there is more to do. That is why we have today announced that we are consulting on our programme of work to tackle domestic abuse. This consultation will shape the response to domestic abuse at every stage, from prevention through to rehabilitation, and reinforces the government's aim to make domestic abuse everybody's business. By consulting, we aim to harness the knowledge and expertise of victims and survivors. Charities and specialist organisations and experts, professionals across policing, criminal justice, health, welfare, education, local authorities, those who deal with these issues every day. Part of what we are consulting on is a domestic abuse bill, which aims to better protect and support victims, recognise the lifelong impact that domestic abuse has on children, and make sure that agencies effectively respond to domestic abuse. The bill will create a domestic abuse commissioner in law to stand up for victims and survivors and hold the system to account. It would also create a new domestic abuse protection order regime to create a clearer pathway of protection for victims. And it will make sure that if abusive behaviour involves a child, that the court can hand down a sentence that reflects the devastating lifelong impact that abuse has. The government has also announced today how additional funding for domestic abuse will be spent. This includes £8 million to support children who witness domestic abuse, £2 million to improve the health response to domestic abuse, and £2 million to support female offenders who are so often the victims of domestic abuse. Internationally, we are generating world-leading evidence on what works to prevent violence before it starts through our £25 million What Works to Prevent Violence Against Women and Girls programme. And we are contributing £8 million to the UN Trust Fund to end violence against women. In 2015 alone, the fund reached over 1 million people. Another threat facing many women around the world is unsafe pregnancy. Every 2 minutes, a woman dies in pregnancy or childbirth. So that means, my lords, that in the time that I've been speaking, that's 5 women. The majority of these deaths are preventable. What is more, hundreds of millions of women in developing countries do not have access to modern contraception. In the summer of 2017, this government hosted a family planning summit to accelerate global progress and reinforce the UK's global commitments to give 120 million more women and girls access to contraception. Our ambition is that all women around the world can access quality care, and we will continue to provide bold and brave leadership by developing important strategic relationships, international summits, and generating world-class evidence and research. To make progress on these important issues, we need to continue the fight for women's voices to be heard. Equal political representation ensures that parliaments globally represent the needs and issues of their citizens. We support women's political representation around the world through a number of programmes. For example, in Pakistan, our support to the 2013 election helped many more women to register as voters, with many going on to vote for the first time ever. It also brought national attention to the 8 million women missing from the electoral roll. Education is crucial if we want to ensure that women and girls are engaged and active in political and public life. In this country, girls tend to perform well at school. In fact, they regularly outperform their male counterparts. However, around the world, there are 65 million girls aged 5 to 15 that are not in school, almost the equivalent of the entire UK population. Education is a critical tool to tackle injustice and to build a more equal society. It provides girls with the space to develop their own thoughts and opinions, and most importantly, their voices. This government has championed girls' education across the world. The Foreign Secretary has made girls' education a foreign policy priority and appointed a special envoy on gender equality to lead this work. What's more, our country programmes between 2015 and 2017 supported at least 3.3 million girls around the world to get a good education. Education is so important, but we know it's not enough in itself to ensure that gender equality happens in the workplace. For women to have equal opportunities to men at work, employers need to take action, and we all need to challenge harmful social norms which can hold women back. We want the UK to lead the way for gender equality in the workplace. Research has shown that companies with more diverse workforces perform better than their counterparts. The employment rate for women is at a joint record high of 70.8%, and we need to build on this to make the most of women's skills, talents and potential. To tackle the gender pay gap, we've introduced world-leading regulations requiring organisations with 250 or more employees to report their gap. These regulations will not only drive employers to calculate and report their gender pay gaps, they will shine a light on the factors driving the gaps, encouraging and enabling employers to take action to close them. Working with our international friends is essential in making progress. Over the past year, we agreed a roadmap for gender equality with the other G7 countries. We've taken extra steps to strengthen our collaboration with Canada following the Prime Minister's visit in Ottawa last September. And the Government Equalities Office signed a Memorandum of Understanding with the All China Women's Federation. Next month, women's empowerment and girls' education will be one of the key issues to be talked about at the Commonwealth Summit in London. My Lords, may I conclude by thanking everyone who will be speaking in the debate today, and I look forward to hearing some of the contributions.
The question is, this motion be agreed to?
My Lords, I wish to thank the noble Baroness, the Minister, for bringing this debate before us today, and for her opening remarks, which shows we've made progress in many fields, but we've still got a way to go yet. And I certainly look forward to the day when a woman gets a top job, that it doesn't make headlines, because it'll become the norm. And we look forward to that day, and all of us do. But my Lords, the theme for International Women's Day is press for progress. And making progress on what has so far been achieved is something we should be looking to accelerate in all walks of life as far as women are concerned. Be it women in politics, in the workplace, at home, young girls at school, or young women in further education, we need to press for more and faster progress. So, my Lords, when one looks at young women and girls today starting out in life, what can they expect? The Women and Equality Select Committee carried out an inquiry into sexual harassment and sexual violence in schools and published its report in September 2016. And it showed that 29% of 16 to 18-year-old girls say they've experienced unwanted sexual touching at school, and 59% of girls and young women aged 13 to 21 said that in 2014, and I'm sure nothing has changed since then, that they'd faced some form of sexual harassment at school or college in the past year. Young people told the committee that sexual harassment has become a normal part of school life. And I just think that's so sad, isn't it, that it's become normal to have sexual harassment at school. Laura Bates of the Everyday Sexism Project has described sexual harassment and sexual violence in school as, and I quote, a widespread, regular and common problem, something that the majority of girls are experiencing. The committee's report found inconsistency in how schools deal with sexual harassment and violence, and a lack of guidance and support for teachers. The UK Feminista and the National Education Union published a report in 2017 called Sexism in School, and it said that sexism in school is endemic, but it is not inevitable. Consistent and ongoing action is required from schools, government and education bodies to tackle it. Their findings and conclusions were similar to the Women and Equalities report. So my lords, bearing in mind these two reports, it shows us there are lots of problems in schools. So I'd like to ask the Minister, what action is the government taking on the recommendations of the Women and Equality Select Committee, as the government did respond positively, and hopefully they've actioned measures suggested in their response. Now, one recommendation was the setting up of an advisory group to look at how the issues and recommendations can be best reflected within the existing DFE guidance for schools, including KCSIE, and that stands for Keeping Children Safe in School, and the Behaviour and Bullying Guidance. And perhaps the Minister could say what progress has been made and if the advisory group is working. My lords, a change of culture in our school must be what is required, and it can be achieved providing the resources are put into it. I feel only then the next generation of girls be able to attend school without fear of sexual harassment in a place that should be one of safety. My lords, as far as educational achievements are concerned, as the Minister said, girls are outperforming boys at school, but they are not going on to be higher earners than men or to be equally represented in leadership positions. There are, of course, a number of reasons for this, but school and the education system have their part to play. Young women experience gender norms and stereotypes which prevent them from reaching their full potential. Only 1 in 3 girls who take maths and science at GCSE level go on to take a STEM subject at A level or the equivalent, compared to 8 out of 10 boys. The Education Policy Institute has found that there are a large gender gap in entries to art subjects, with girls far more likely to enter art subjects than boys. Now, this has been the case throughout the last decade, and it is widening. So, my lords, there are more women than men starting apprenticeships. However, men are dominating the apprenticeships with higher earning potential. So we're seeing that the way gender stereotypes move from school subjects to apprenticeships to the workplace, and that male-dominated work is valued more highly. According to the House of Commons Library figures, in 2016-17, 54% of the apprenticeship starts were by women and 46% by men. The number of women starting apprenticeship in England has been higher than men in every year since 2010-11, but men continue to dominate apprenticeship with the best earning potentials. In 2014-15, nearly 17,000 men started engineering apprenticeships, while only 600 girls did. So that's not good, and much progress is needed to be done to ensure we make much more progress than that. So I'd like to ask the Minister, what action is the government taking to encourage more women to take up jobs such as engineering? My lords, we're marking the centenary of women getting the vote and being allowed to stand for Parliament, and I know we did have a good debate on this on February the 5th. And we all know that progress is so slow for women wanting to get into politics. And we know 489 women have been elected to the House of Commons since 1918. And of those 489 women, only now wouldn't it be great if it was men, on the reverse? Imagine 4,801 women elected and only 489 men. I think there would have been quite a row about that. But this is where we are. Out of those women, only 45 women have been cabinet ministers, and there's been 2 women prime ministers. According to the Inter-Parliamentary Union Global Ranking Table for Women Parliamentarians, the UK is 39th on that list. The World Economic Forum 2017 Global Gender Gap Report findings tell us that gender parity is over 200 years away. That means it will neither happen within the lifetime of everyone living on the planet today, and nor for several generations to come. So that's tremendously slow going forward for women, and we need to make much better progress in that. Progress in this field will not happen unless action similar to that the Labour Party has taken by having an all-woman shortlist since 1997. Now, this process has been used in all types of election, not just to the Commons, and it does work. And I know other parties are taking action within their own ranks, but if we could have progress similar to that, we'd be well on our way to achieving the aims of the United Nations campaign of Planet 50-50 by 2030, step it up for gender equality. My Lords, there are more than 130 countries have adopted some type of legal electoral quotas to deal with the underrepresentation of women in political life. So perhaps we could look at this in the UK and, have a serious discussion. Otherwise, we are going to take 200 years to get there. I don't believe gender parity will just happen. Action has to be taken. And we owe it to future generations of young women who want to go into politics and make their contribution in public service. My Lords, in February 2017, the Prime Minister announced the government was working towards a Domestic Violence and Abuse Act, which the Minister talked about earlier. Now, last month, the Prime Minister confirmed that there would be a further wait for legislation. But the consultation, I'm pleased to see, has been launched today, and this is to be welcomed, as we have waited quite a while for it. What is concerning is that the scope of the bill will be too narrow and focus solely on domestic violence and the criminal justice system, missing out vital wider issues such as sustainable funding for refugees. So I would ask the Minister if she would give a commitment of ensuring this new bill will address the full range of issues affecting victims of domestic violence. My Lords, on average, every week, two women are killed by their partners and former partners. And we all know this statistic and we all quote it. And as the Minister said, we can perhaps come too familiar with it. And we really need to think what a horrific statistic that is. But with the austerity and cuts to funding of women refugees, many women have no safe place to go. And many who seek refuge, and there are stories that they have been turned away, as there's no place for them where once there was. Now, this is such an essential service for the protection of women and girls who are caught up in domestic violence, and more action and funding is required in order to see this happen. And I do hope the consultation will allow different organisations to feed in, and I think that's obviously the purpose of the consultation, and hopefully a lot of good things will come out of it. So, my Lords, I really hope this Domestic Violence and Abuse Act will address these problems and make life perhaps a little better for women who suffer from domestic violence and abuse. So, my Lords, we will need to continue to press for progress for some time yet, but if the will and determination is there, it will happen. I have no doubt about that. And I am looking forward to the contributions of noble lords and noble baronesses, and of course I look forward to the Minister's reply. Thank you.
My Lords, I too would like to thank the Noble Lord, Noble Lady, the Minister, for introducing this debate in this key year when we mark 100 years of women first securing the vote in the United Kingdom. And I think that we sorely miss the Noble Lady Baroness Turner as we debate this issue today. I know that the Noble Baroness Sphere, will have access to a very large file, she doesn't actually have it in front of her, from the wonderful but overstretched Government Equalities Office, so that she can best cover the wide range of areas that we will no doubt raise. And I know that because I was, during the coalition, in the fortunate position of being where she is, responding to this debate. But if I look back to those days, it's stunning to see what has changed since then. Who would have thought then that we would face the prospect of leaving the European Union now, the union that has brought such benefits for women into UK law, and that we apparently plan to leave even though the government's own analyses show that it is the poorest in our society, and women are poorer than men, who will disproportionately be affected by Brexit. And who would have thought that we would have Donald Trump in the White House, despite all the abuse he's meted out to women and currying favour with the right wing over the rights of women? Who would have thought that he would defeat Hillary Clinton, who made the phrase her own that women's rights are human rights, and who made sure that women in Afghanistan, for example, were not pushed aside for so-called cultural reasons, in a country where perhaps all that has emerged from Allied engagement is an improvement in women's rights? But on the other side of things, who would have thought that Harvey Weinstein and others would have been brought low, and that the world would listen when women shouted, "Me too" and "Time's up"? And who would have thought that Oxfam would be on the ropes over the sexual exploitation of women in countries where they are most vulnerable? Wherever there are inequalities of power and in the relations between men and women, i.e. globally, then such exploitation has long been a fact of life. We knew that in many developing countries, girls were not safe even in school because their teachers demanded sexual favours. We knew that peacekeepers could not be trusted not to abuse the female population whom they were supposed to protect. So I guess it should not have come as a surprise that in age there could be abuse, even by those who should fully have understood their responsibility. It's clearly the case, as the Noble Baroness the Minister has outlined, that we have indeed secured greater equality in the West and in Britain, that we are all here in this House playing the parts that we do is testimony to that. But women in Britain, as we just heard from the Noble Lady Baroness Gale, are still far from equal in terms of pay, responsibility for domestic work, caring for children and our older relatives. And I was shocked today to read that women are 5 times more likely to be donors of kidneys to their husbands than the other way round. How about that for what's expected of you and gender inequality? Neither are we on the boards of companies in the numbers that we should be, or governors of central banks. I heard last night that only 6% of central bank governors worldwide are women. I met one last night, courtesy of the Noble Lord Desai, who was in his place just now, an OMVIV, and she is the governor of the Central Bank of Serbia. But even she emphasised that she must also play a full part at home with her family, cleaning, cooking, and as she put it, having a smile on her face when her husband and children came home. So this is the governor of the central bank. We know that if equality is far from achieved here in Britain, it's miles away from being achieved worldwide. We see a sharp reminder of how things are elsewhere with the debate over the visit of the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. Though I welcome the shifts being made in his country, and I applaud the women who've helped this along. I recall visiting the country a few years back and seeing for myself the inequalities there. Women boxed away in a small part of the university, while the men ranged through the rest, including the library, which was barred to women. In my hotel, in a break in meetings, I decided to take advantage of the swimming pool. As I headed in, I was told, "You can't swim, this isn't the women's hour." Disappointed, I asked when the women's hour was. "There isn't one," came the reply. It is because worldwide we see inequality that I am such a supporter of quotas and positive action in parliaments, including ours. I've seen how much was achieved in Pakistan, for example, by those elected to the women's places. In the last parliament there, 70% of the legislation was taken through by women, and they were under 30% of the parliament, working across and deep into their own parties. Their focus was on improving the lot of women, for example, criminalising acid attacks. It's also why, in terms of development, it's right to put the overwhelming emphasis on women and girls, to invest in girls' education. The longer a girl is in school, the fewer children she has, the better she's able to be independent and provide for and educate her family. She, her family, her community, and her country all benefit. It's also why emphasising family planning is vital, so that all women who wish to access family planning can do so. And we should not ignore the challenge of abortion. And I welcome the report of the All-Party Group on Population and Development on abortion. And I pay tribute to Noble Lady Baroness Tong in that regard. It recognises that abortions will occur and that so often deaths result where these are not legal and medically assisted. The proportion of maternal mortality in developing countries resulting from unsafe abortion ranges as high as 18%, they estimate. Maternal morbidity from the consequences of unsafe abortion is also common. And they point out rightly that young women, poor women, and women in complex situations are particularly vulnerable. I'm proud of the fact that in Coalition, we put into law our commitment to 0.7% of GNI for aid, with a particular focus on women and girls. I'm proud of the fact that DFID hasn't shied away from areas like family planning and abortion over recent years, unlike Trump's America. Long may that continue. I also pay tribute here to the focus that DFID has had on women with disabilities, something pioneered by my noble friend Lord Bruce when he was chair of the International Development Select Committee, and my noble friend Baroness Featherstone as a DFID minister. Sight Savers points out that women with disabilities are among the most marginalised in the world. Many are likely to experience the double discrimination of gender and disability. Men with disabilities are almost twice as likely to be employed as their female counterparts. Women and girls with disabilities suffer particularly high rates of gender-based violence, sexual abuse, neglect, and exploitation. So although we recognise what has been achieved globally for women, there is indeed still much to do, which is why this annual debate is important. Yes, we should not recall this only on one day a year, but this is a time, at the very least, to take stock of where we are and where we seem to be going. In some regards, we appear to be moving forward, but in others, the forces of reaction seem to be taking us in the opposite direction.
My Lords, in this centenary year when we celebrate the fact that some women in the UK got the right to vote in 1918, I'd like to widen the lens to consider briefly the international scene as it is now, and the noble Baroness Lady Northover has referred to part of that already. But then I'd like to focus on one country in particular, that's Albania. And not just, my Lords, because I visited it last month in the February recess as a member of the UK's IPU group, but also because Albania provides an example of the challenges that must be overcome when seeking to achieve gender equality, and the progress that can be made by determined efforts both within country but also with the assistance of the UK and also with UN Women. The report published this month by the IPU Secretary-General states that the progress made in women's political involvement is slowing. With the exception of some countries that have made a headway because of political will, this has been overall a disappointing year, and that it's vital that women are part of decision-making institutions such as Parliament. It's fundamental, not just for gender equality, but also for democracy and the legitimacy of the process. My Lords, last year did see some positive developments in women's participation in elections worldwide. A record number of women contested elections, more seats were won by women than in previous years. But this was largely due to measures such as electoral quotas for women. Whatever your views on gender quota systems, you really can't ignore the impact that they have. In the 20 countries where quotas were used, women won over 30% of the seats, while in the 16 countries where quotas were not, it was just 17%. The trailblazers in the Americas were Argentina, Chile, Ecuador, all countries that have developed progressive legislation to promote women's political leadership. Elections across the Asia-Pacific region generally reflected the fact that gender norms continue to work against women's entry into politics as societies lay stronger emphasis on women's role in the unpaid domestic sphere. New Zealand, of course, was the standout success, where they elected the highest ever proportion of women MPs at 39% and Jacinda Ardern as their Prime Minister. And her pregnancy has given rise to a national debate on women's ability to balance political leadership and motherhood. Europe was the region making the greatest gains in the number of women MPs. The most prominent increase was in France, where President Macron's party fielded gender-balanced lists. Turning now to Albania. Historically, it's had low numbers of women in elected office, but it made significant progress last year. The proportion of women elected jumped from 18 to 28%. And why? Because they benefited from a gender quota and from public fora that were organised by UN Women, which enabled them to raise the awareness of the importance of women playing a role in public life. Our UK parliamentarians' visit to Albania was timely. There is a significant focus on the Western Balkans this year by the UK and by the EU. We will host the EU Western Balkans Summit in London in May, and I believe we host our own summit on the Western Balkans later in the summer. As my right honourable friend the Prime Minister said in Munich last month, we have a long-standing and enduring commitment to the security, stability and prosperity of the region, and this will never change. We're working with governments from all 6 Western Balkan countries to improve the rule of law, promote economic governance, and attack the difficult issue of corruption across the region. Albania is a middle-income democracy, a member of NATO, an EU candidate member state, and a member of the Human Rights Council. It's a country that has emerged from the isolation of the Enver Hoxha years and is seeking a pathway to a secure Euro-Atlantic future. Our delegation was given a warm welcome, a very warm welcome. I'd like to put on record my thanks to the President, Prime Minister, the Mayor of Tirana, and all the MPs who gave so much of their time to have discussions with us. And it was a pleasure to meet the all-party Women's Alliance of MPs to discuss the steps being taken to press for progress on gender equality. In 2008, Albania passed a law on gender equality which, amongst other measures, established a minimum 30% quota for women and stipulated that one of the first 3 names on the political party's candidates list must be that of a female candidate. But of course, as we know, it's not just a matter of numbers. It is vital that those who are elected are able to take up their places in safety and play their full part in politics. The women MPs we met believed that the application of the gender quota has for them opened up many more opportunities for women and had some effect on countering political attitudes and prejudicial attitudes generally. That people are more convinced that women politicians are more stable, more responsible, and more professional. In recent years, here indeed, as the noble Baroness Lady Thornton said, I agree. And I'm sure the gentleman other peers in the House would agree to. Good. In recent years, the government in Albania has embarked on reforms to improve legal policy and institutional gender equality mechanisms. Don't we go into rather convoluted vocabulary in these systems? The new national strategy has provided a strong gender equality vision in Albania. But, my lords, and doesn't this sound familiar? The financial and human resources to ensure proper implementation are currently insufficient. Domestic violence prevention, protection, prosecution and referral mechanisms are weak. But, my lords, they are a government priority and they are improving for the first time. UN Women make the point that women in Albania continue to face daunting challenges. Violence against women is common, with almost 60% of Albanian women aged 15 to 49 having experienced domestic violence. Forced and early marriage is still a problem in some mainly rural areas of the country. So there is much more to do, but it's important to recognise that real progress has been made. and, my lords, for the UK to be a firm, constant ally in that progress. The formidably able members of the Women's Alliance really are ready to meet those challenges, and I do wish them well. And next week, when I'm attending in New York at the United Nations, the Commission on the Status of Women, I'm going to attend the Albania side event on the participation by women in politics in the Western Balkans, and hope to learn more. But, my lords, after half a century of working in my life to achieve gender equality, I have one big hope remaining. I hope that in one day we'll no longer even have to try to defend the principle that equality for one half of the human race with the other half is quite simply just right in itself. Well, I always am the eternal optimist.
The Noble Baroness, the Minister, for introducing this debate today on such an important year, and the 100th anniversary of women having gained the vote. We have a very proud record in this country of promoting women's rights globally, and we've heard quite a bit of that today, and it's a record that we should be very, very proud of. But today I wanted to focus on progress of women in the UK, because I believe as we go out promoting women's rights globally, we do need to do more to get our own house in order as well. And I'd like to say that on International Women's Day, it is welcome that women from minority backgrounds are becoming more and more visible. As the only woman of a Turkish Cypriot heritage in this House, I would like to see more women from black and minority ethnic backgrounds in public life and represented in all walks of life. When I was first elected a councillor in the early 90s in Hackney in London, I was the first woman from my background elected as a councillor, and it caused quite a stir. I was one of the few women councillors as well who had a similar experience to mine, and I did meet with some opposition, mainly from the men from my community, when I was out canvassing, asking me who was going to look after my children and cook my husband's dinner. But that very quickly changed, as change came with it, as more and more women from my community and my heritage started to get involved in public life, and now I'm pleased to say that there are quite a lot of women, Turkish, Kurdish, Turkish Cypriot and other communities are, it's perfectly normal now, and they're very much better represented in public life. I was used to being the only or the first, which I gradually found very annoying, but I'm pleased that that's changed. My mother came to the UK with very little education. She only went to school till the age of about 12, the first girl in her family to ever do so. But she was unable to speak, read or write English, and struggled when she came here and got married very young. But she was a very smart woman, mainly self-taught, as many early immigrant women were, and she went on to run a successful small business. And I'm proud really that I come from a line of strong women who are self-starters, and as many women here as well, I know, just get on with it. There are more than 2 million black and minority ethnic women in this country. They are not properly reflected, sadly, in public life across the country, and certainly not in Parliament or local councils. But today, when I look around Parliament, I'm heartened to see that there have been improvements, great improvements. Many will speak from their own life experiences and on behalf of minorities who may otherwise feel silenced. This is why we need greater plurality in public life. Despite this progress, our work has only just begun. The life chances of black and minority ethnic groups, especially women of, say, Muslim heritage, still lag far behind the life chances of those of the rest of the population. Black and minority ethnic groups tend to have poorer health, shorter life expectancy, and face discrimination at work and in their day-to-day lives. The most recent review by the Equality and Human Rights Commission about 18 months ago found that black people in Britain are more than twice as likely to be murdered as white people, 3 times as likely to be prosecuted and sentenced, that the life chances of young ethnic minority people in the UK have collapsed in the last 5 years and now at their worst level for generations. The review examined education, employment, housing, pay, health and criminal justice, and found what it described as an alarming picture of rampant race-based inequality entrenched within Britain. Its depressing conclusion was that these figures underline just how entrenched and far-reaching race inequality remains. And it concluded that we must redouble our efforts to tackle this urgently, or risk the divisions of our society growing and racial tensions increasing. If you are black or an ethnic minority in modern Britain, it's more likely you can often still feel like you're living in a different world, never mind being part of a one society nation. And if I may, just to share a few more statistics that really need to be highlighted. In work, women from a Pakistani background, for example, see the biggest gender pay gap, earning 26% less than their colleagues. A black and minority ethnic person with a degree is twice as likely to be unemployed. Around 40% of ethnic minorities live in low-income households. That's twice the rate of the white population. And we know, and we've highlighted this many times, that race-hate crimes against Muslim women have increased significantly post the EU referendum, sadly. All in all, if you're born into a non-white home in 21st century Britain, you can expect to earn less, face discrimination and die earlier. Of course, I've balanced that with there have been growing exceptions and improvements, but it's not moving fast enough, my lords, and change is not coming fast enough. The time for talking is over, really, and the situation has to be tackled. I don't want to wait another 30 years, I'm sure I won't be here in 30 years' time, but for the balance to be redressed. So I would call on the House, the government, to make International Women's Day the day we start to do something about inequalities for women from a BME background. On Tuesday, I attended an event organised by the All-Party Parliamentary Group for British Muslims, which in a celebration of International Women's Day brought together a growing number of leading Muslim women, among them MPs, lawyers, journalists, professionals, and even the winner of MasterChef 2017, Saliha Ahmed, really wonderful woman, to showcase how things are slowly changing and women from less privileged backgrounds are now pushing or kicking open the doors that remain firmly shut unless you came from the right background or had the necessary networks. The key message was for young women to ask and not be afraid to find out how to get involved in public life or the profession they would like to join. And don't be afraid, don't be pushed back or be afraid. My lords, that's why role models really matter. Representation is the key to changing this situation. Ethnic minorities make up 12% of the workforce, yet just 6% are in senior positions. So we are faced with what I call a concrete ceiling. Ethnic minority women who already have to break the glass ceiling have to go one step further to break the other ceiling as well if they want to get the job they deserve. So in a way, we're talking about a double whammy, because women from ethnic minority backgrounds are more likely to be from a working class background. Many of us welcome the words of the Prime Minister, who raised the issue of poor life chances of black people in Britain on the steps of 10 Downing Street when she became Prime Minister. The government led by the Prime Minister must urgently raise expectations, and I think this is an issue at schools and colleges as well. It's raising expectations of girls, particularly from poorer backgrounds and particularly from ethnic minority backgrounds, because we know that really matters. The role model, the expectations, the mentoring really does make a difference. And we must redouble efforts to build a fair society. A fairer and more equal society, my lords, is a happier society. Globally, women are speaking out and pushing for their rights. Today, I call on the government and all like-minded women in public life to take action and work with civil society to create a more level playing field for all women here in the UK, no matter what their ethnicity. My lords, let's press for progress.
I was here for the Finance Number 2 bill, and Lord Bates was saying how few people had taken part in the second reading of that bill. So one noble lord who's still there said, well, you know, it's because the next one is so important. So they didn't take part in the Finance Number 2 bill. My lords, if this debate is so important, why are there so few men taking part? Nothing will change in the world unless the men commit themselves also to improving women's lot. It can't be done by women alone, and I'm sure that all the women who are here know that perfectly well. It cannot be done by us alone. And until half the people speaking in this debate are men, I feel quite disappointed. I have been hoping for this all along. I've been in your Lordship's house since 1990. It's not happened yet. It's amazing to think that we alone can do this. I think now next I should really go on to another subject. Men have really been in the lead since time immemorial. Men have been this, men have been that, men have been that, and women have not. Including the cavemen, we thought, were ahead of the women, but now they've found that the cave women were very strong indeed. Maybe that will give us an important point to work towards. Somebody has already said, Baroness Hoseinich has already said that she's pleased that it's been, no, actually it wasn't, sorry, about this being global. The whole concept of women today is global and not just British. And I do thank the Minister as well that it's global, because there are so many different things happening in our world and so many unbelievable things happening in our world that sitting in this chamber, in this house, we cannot really put our heads round it. And I think we ought to try if we can. But first of all, I'd like to remind ourselves of what's happening to some of the women in this country. We already know that a Sharia marriage is not recognized by British law. What does that mean for a woman who has a Sharia marriage? She has no rights whatsoever, my lords, no rights whatsoever. Is that the right thing? She cannot ask for anything from her husband. He can put her out, put her on the street, and that's it. He can put sometimes even the children out on the street. And when people say to him, why don't you look after your family? Oh, well, the government will look after. There are two negative points to this. One is the woman has no rights, and secondly, the government has to pay to look after that woman. And government also has no rights against claims against the husband. And I think the sooner this is looked at, the sooner this is changed, the better, because it is quite wrong for people to come to live in this country and to follow the issues which are completely opposite to what we believe in. It is not right, and it will never become right. And I think we have to look at these things and say, not acceptable, not acceptable. It's nothing to do with religion. Sharia is not a religious law. Sharia is a law which has been created by the priests, the Maulvis, and it changes from country to country, and sometimes it changes from a group of three priests who are presiding to the next three priests who are presiding. So please, my lords, make an effort to get this put right. It is really appalling that we should be, they say, the statistics tell us that there could be more than 60% of women under 40 who have Sharia marriage and no registration. The families don't like registration. Why should they? Isn't it much better for them if they don't have to do anything for their wives? So, my lords, this is something which bothers me and upsets me. The Casey report, what has been done as a result of that? I mean, there's been a Sharia review that has said clearly that the marriages should be registered. I mean, we know these things are not right, but we just go on doing them. It is we ourselves who should know much better. So, my lords, that's my one big, annoyance. I would like to just say that there are laws in many countries. For example, in India, there are a lot of laws to protect women. And if you were to ask a lawyer, they'll tell you, oh, we have this, we have this, we have that. Ask them how much is enforced. Nothing is enforced. I mean, or what is enforced is a minute fraction. If it is not enforced, it's no use having a law. If you have fewer laws and enforce them, it's far better. There are a lot of lawyers here today, so I'm sure they'll agree with me. There are 1 billion women, if you put together Africa and India, and they do more work than the men in those countries, in those areas, I should say. Women do, they say they do 3/4 of the work. When I was in Jamaica, this is not, of course, not part of Africa or India, I saw all the Jamaican women doing far more work than the men. And I begged them to have a one-day strike and do nothing except look after the very sick and the children. My lords, women have worked very hard in every age, every stage. They have not had the support, for example, of religion. I mean, you would say religion could have supported women. And some people, like the Sikhs, say, oh, but we believe in equality. Yes, the religion believes in equality, but it doesn't exist in fact. So we have had that also, that burden of religion actually saying to women, your place is here, there, and, well, kirche, kuche, and kinder, not in public life. I also felt quite close to Baroness Hossein Eche when she said she didn't like being called the first and the only one. Well, all my life I've been called the first and the only one, because that's how it started in my life. Because I was here in 1990, I was the only one. There were very few women then as well. And I was mayor of Windsor, and I was the first one. So these things have been happening. I think we need to be in those positions because it encourages others to realize that if this woman can do it, I can do it as well. So always be proud of what you've done and proud of what you're able to show to other people that you can do. One of the things which I would like to bring up is about women's attitude towards other women. It's improving, but it has been quite bad. Women have not been willing to support other women, and I think we have to learn ourselves to support each other all the time in everything, and I hope that that will happen in due course because the younger women are much more aware of that. The last point is the mothers. How do we change the attitude of the mothers towards their sons and daughters? I know we've done a lot of work in this country and attitudes have changed, but my lords, there's a whole vast world where the son is still the prince and not the daughter.
My lords, it's always a pleasure to follow the noble Lady Baroness Mather. The noble Lady Baroness Northover led us through some rather incredible who would have thought it moments. And I just add that it's also rather incredible that we today have a female monarch, female Prime Minister, Home Secretary, leader of both Houses of Parliament, Scottish First Minister, head of the Fire Service and head of the Metropolitan Police. But despite all those great achievements, it all feels as though it could disappear in a minute, very fragile. My lords, it's 8 years since I made my maiden speech in this same International Women's Debate, and it's therefore always for me a moment of reflection. What have I achieved over the past year? What have I done for women over the past year? And what more can I do next year? Well, I'm not going to dwell on the general election and the effect it had on women in my own party and how well the Labour Party did, because I covered that ground pretty comprehensively in the debate on the centenary of the Representation of the People's Act last month. It's quite possible that no one would notice if I repeated myself, but I shall resist the temptation. So, my lords, let me start today on the global stage and set the scene by looking at overpopulation, by which I mean the growth of restless and surplus labour, which is a massive problem, although it's by no means universal. Things are going the other way in Japan, for example, where they have the highest living standards in the world and in much of the West. And that gives us a clue about the solution. Let's look at the countries where population is growing the fastest, where unemployment is the highest, where the tensions are the greatest, and without exception you will find a common factor: female illiteracy. The correlation is astonishing. Look at the high birth rate of countries in sub-Saharan Africa, and you will find female illiteracy running at 50, 60, sometimes 70% plus. In Pakistan, it is 66% amongst adult women, 33% even in India. Small wonder then that India's population is set to overtake that of China, where female illiteracy has been all but eliminated. So it really is that simple. It's not just a moral outrage, it's directly contrary to the interests of world peace, prosperity of country and community, health and happiness, that such a huge proportion of our population, so many women and girls, should be unable to participate alongside their brothers in the economic life of their country. Female education is the tool that helps tackle so many challenges in the developing world. Societies where women can read, write and do maths as efficiently as their male counterparts will be healthier, happier, more prosperous, with stabler populations, smaller families, and therefore fewer alienated and maladjusted young men whose egos require them to think of women as childbearing chattels. That ambition, that focus on women and girls, is at the heart of the UK's overseas policy, shared by both Penny Mordaunt at DFID and at the Foreign Office, and will be at the heart of the Commonwealth Summit in April. It is not just a campaign for fairness and freedom, but its essential contraceptive impact will help to fix so many other problems, not just overpopulation and poverty, but the threat of war, disorder, terrorism, climate change, and the loss of habitat and species. Mankind is conquering so many of today's challenges, from famine to disease, but if we are to solve the problems of today, mankind needs to prioritise the education of girls and easy access to contraception so that they can have control over their own bodies. 12 years of full-time education is not the only answer to the world's problems, but it's a jolly good start. As Noble Lady Baroness Gale mentioned, the McKinsey Global Institute estimates that equality in the job market would yield an extra £20 trillion to global GDP by 2025. Now, my lords, I have no feel or idea what £20 trillion looks like, but it's a heck of a lot of money and a life-changing, even world-changing opportunity. My lords, expect to hear, so along with thousands of men and women, I attended the International Women's Day March on Sunday, organised by CARE International on the theme of hashtag March for Women, from just here outside this building up to Trafalgar Square. We listened to inspirational speeches. Marchers from all backgrounds, all political parties and none, supported all kinds of causes. Many were marching because of their anger at injustice, at girls being denied an education, angry that half the women in the world have experienced physical or sexual violence, and I pay tribute to the Prime Minister for today inviting many victims of domestic violence and charities which support these women into Number 10 for a reception to celebrate International Women's Day. Many on that march were angry that 12-year-olds are even today being forced to marry, that those young teenagers are becoming mothers before they are ready and often die in the process. Still today, in 18 countries, women need permission from a man to have a job. Around the world, millions of girls, and here in the UK, 24,000 girls, are at risk from FGM. And it was a privilege for me to walk during that march with the inspirational and brave anti-FGM campaigner Nimco Ali, a woman who has spoken out about her own experience and determined to do what she can to stop others suffering as she did. Many on that march were concerned that the World Economic Forum report found that gender pay gap internationally is widening for the first time in decades. All were frustrated at the talent and potential wasted. I applaud Penny Mordaunt and DFID for continuing to place women and girls at the heart of their efforts, and particularly to bring an end to conflict and peace which includes everyone. And I welcome her announcement yesterday of a £10 million fund in the name of Jo Cox, which will focus on Jo's social, economic and political empowerment work, continued by the Jo Cox Memorial Fund. My Lord, I had half hoped to be able to talk about the Me Too movement today, but I think that's for another day, because today, at least, time's up.
My Lords, it's a great pleasure to follow the Baroness Jenkin of Kennington, whose record on women's issues and equality is quite outstanding. And I'd like to congratulate the Noble Lady, the Minister, for initiating this debate. And the campaign for equal rights, as has been said, is not new, but it's always stimulating to participate in a debate of this kind involving women and men. And one of the most exhilarating International Women's Days that I experienced was a women's conference in New York with Gloria Steinem as the guest speaker, but that was 35 years ago. I'm afraid I can go back even further. 44 years ago, my former trade union, NALGO, decided to investigate and report on the promotion of equal rights for women, and I was lucky enough to be a member of the group. The report analysed inequality and discrimination in the workplace, the weaknesses of the anti-discrimination legislation and job segregation. It called for a full nursery and childcare facility and flexible working patterns for women. The NALGO history recorded that the report, quote, was a devastating appraisal of the situation of women at work in society and within NALGO, close quotes. Now, I mention this because we've known for a very long time the causes of inequality for women and the solutions. I do not want another report analysing the problems. We need a recognition by government that it must lead and facilitate and open its purse where necessary if we're going to move forward. And I commend the government for going ahead with the requirements for companies and the public sector to analyse and publish statistics on the gender pay gap. It will be interesting to see the concrete figures when they are published shortly, and much publicity has been given to the gender pay gap as a result of the gyrations of the BBC. Now, the downside of this negative coverage is it has probably frightened a lot of well-meaning employers who will go into their collective shell rather than making plans. And the April deadline for companies with 250 employees or more to publish their gender pay gap data is fast approaching. And last month, only 550 companies out of 9,000 have published their figures. And the average gender pay gap is 11%, particularly worse in construction and financial services. Now, I accept that the first round of calculations will be the hardest for companies, but after that it will be much easier, and there is plenty of advice around. It's essential for companies to plan now and state how any gap will be rectified over time. An example given in people management was of EasyJet, was a 52% mean gender pay gap, but only 6% women pilots. EasyJet has publicly committed to a target of 20% of new entry pilots being women by 2020, and companies should be praised for taking these steps. Once employers understand the difference between a gender pay gap and an equal pay issue, it will be easier to communicate with their employees. Instead of regarding the exercise as a burden on business, it could be a great opportunity to become a real equal opportunities employer, attracting the best available talent, and as Baroness Jenkins said, and minimising the talent wastage. The CIPD, of which I am a fellow, is holding a gender pay gap conference today, so help is out there. Now, local government has often been more progressive than central government, and my thanks go to the Local Government Association for pointing out that next year will be the 150th anniversary of single women ratepayers having the right to vote in local government elections under the Municipal Franchise Act of 1869, an anniversary which I think should be celebrated. The LGA is continuing its Be a Councillor campaign on a cross-party basis to encourage more women to stand for election as councillors. And the Greater London Authority has been working with Gingerbread to assist single parents who are locked out of work because of the cost of childcare. They struggle with upfront costs, such as deposits to secure a nursery place, which must be paid before the first paycheck comes in. And this will be even more critical when universal credit is rolled out. It will be paid in arrears, and costs prior to employment will not be readily available. And Gingerbread has an upfront policy where local government or employers could pay parents deposits directly to enable them to accept a job or increase working hours before the money starts coming in. It is to be hoped that this commendable cooperation will spread to other parts of local government. However, it's a poor substitute for the targeted support which existed in the 2000s. And local government could do so much more if it were given adequate financial support. The benefit cap has affected single parents, mainly women, who make up 3/4 of capped households. And those who find it hardest to move into work will have preschool children. Single parents still face a disproportionate risk of poverty, and figures are returning to the levels not seen for 2 decades. Compared with the system in 2013-14, lone parent families will be £2,380 a year worse off, and single parents are more likely than the average employee to be trapped in low-paid work. Lifting the 2-child cap would keep 200,000 children out of poverty, according to the Child Poverty Action Group, and removing the benefit cap could keep up to 100,000 children from poverty. Government policy in this area has a detrimental impact on women and their opportunities. I hope the government will look again at the issue of paying universal credit to women in couples, or at least allow an agreed split in income. The government has argued that up to now this represents, I quote, interference, unquote, and would undermine the responsibility of couples in managing their affairs. But one could equally argue, as the Women's Budget Group does, that making couples choose one partner to receive the payment also represents, quote, interference, unquote. And the government's aim to encourage committed couples is commendable, but its current policy could act as a disincentive to single people moving in with a new partner. And cuts in public services have a disproportionate effect on women. The Women's Budget Group reported that women have borne 86% of the impact of austerity through lost services and changes to the tax and benefit system. In conclusion, my lords, I ask the noble lady, the Minister, if government is considering a review of the cuts in benefits which affect women so badly, and whether local government are going to have the resources that they so desperately need on this International Women's Day. Thank you.
My lords, it's always a great pleasure to follow the noble lady, and I pay tribute to the work that she has done over a lifetime, for which many, many people have benefited. My lords, are men from Mars and women from Venus? I pose it as a question which I will leave hanging in the air, because perhaps as this debate progresses, we can take a decision on that. But there are differences. I am not somebody who doesn't believe that there are not differences that need to be recognised. And the question is, how do we harmonise the differences that need to be harmonised in order to bring about equality? Back in the 1980s, when I did a proper job, I trained people in business. And I recall very much then, particularly in the manufacturing sector,
how the change in corporate culture, particularly in management style, was starting to come into, mainly because of things like the Japanese just-in-time systems and things like that. And I can recall then having long discussions, and I was looking this up at the weekend, from a chap called Hofstede, and we used to talk about this, about the cultures, whether cultures in certain countries were masculine or feminine. And Hofstede wrote a paper which said that a masculine culture was a culture dimension that described a society that emphasises assertiveness and the acquisition of money and material things, whereas femininity, a cultural dimension describing societies that emphasise relationships, concern for others, and the overall quality for life. And at that time, this is many decades ago, he found that Japan had a masculine quality, but that it was mainly the Nordic countries and the Netherlands to be the most feminine. So I was quite interested to see on the very front page of the briefing prepared for this debate by the House of Lords Library that they state gender disparities continue to exist globally, including in the UK, something we would all agree with. A World Economic Forum analysis of the global gender gap, taking into account economic participation, education, health and political participation, found that weighted by population, the average progress on closing the global gender gap stood at 68% in 2017. The UK had a gender gap of 33% and was ranked 15th out of 144 countries for overall gender parity. The top 3 countries were Iceland, Norway and Finland, those very Nordic countries which all those decades ago had already identified a culture where to the fore of that culture were the things that were important. And we're talking here about hard-edged management tools and management approaches of societies that emphasise relationships, concern for others and overall quality of life. So in order to bring about this equality, it does need leadership. It needs leadership on a global level, it needs it on a national level, it needs it in our institutions and our corporate sector, and it also, and it's been touched on once already I think today, it needs it in the home. Mothers particularly can have a huge influence on sons. And you might have thought I was going to say on their daughters. I actually think if mothers can influence the way in which sons develop, because the changing of many of the issues that are not just things that worry us, but are effectively criminality, not just nationally but around the globe, are to be addressed, that culture has to be changed at all those levels. Now, again, going back many years, I promise I won't keep harping on about the past, but at my age, people tend to. When I was a minister back in the 90s, I also had the privilege of being the government co-chairman of the Women's National Commission. I have to say, a very fine body of women. Many people around this chamber have been involved with the WNC, and I was very sorry that it was a Conservative government that decided to dispense with it. I think they did very good work. And they were exactly the right group of people to bring women together and to make their views known directly to government. But the 1995 UN Conference for Women in Beijing, which I attended, and from which came the Platform for Action, and I can see others in the chamber who were there and who were involved in this, resulted in a decision to mainstream throughout government departments everything that came forward by way of legislation and policy, to take a look at it through the prism of how does that affect women. And I just want to add to that at this point, because it's already been mentioned, I think by Baroness Northover, about site savers. Site savers are incredibly concerned about the United Nations, and of course they have to be a global leader. If the UN isn't the global leader, then which organisation is? But in terms of the women with disabilities, which site savers have flagged up, they say our attention is focused on the United Nations, where of the 10 United Nations treaty bodies, women are currently underrepresented
on 7 out of the 10, and even worse, that there is only one woman member on the committee that looks at the rights of persons with disabilities. This is quite disgraceful, and that one person will retire in July. So I urge my noble friend on the front bench to say that the government must make representations to the United Nations through ministerial communications and through our representatives in the UN to make sure that this doesn't happen. As has been mentioned, this duality of discrimination on the grounds of being a woman also very often has more than just one discriminatory area. Disability is one. We all know what the others are. It's on sexual, religious, colour, race, and I would add to class, because I want to just complete what I'm going to say today, because it is, I hope, a day of celebration, by just saying thank you to those women, particularly those women who trod the path or sat on the green benches before those of us who've had the privilege of serving down in another place. When you read what they went through, not just to get there, but what they went through when they were actually there, I mean, it is quite astonishing. And I would include in that all of them. And it's quite interesting, I think, that although we often mention Margaret Thatcher in terms of being the first woman Prime Minister, it wasn't just because she was a woman she had to fight. She fought criticism of the class she came from men who thought they were far superior to her because she was a grocer's daughter. And so very often class, and that class prejudice goes both ways, that too adds to what we often see is a double burden, or sometimes a triple burden. I would just like to finish, if I may. It sounds like the Oscars, I know, but I'll never get an Oscar. But I just want to say thank you to my mother, my long-deceased mother, I have to say, but who was a working mother of 3 children, and I grew up in a household where it never occurred to me that it was not the norm for married women with families to work. It was just a great role model for me. And to all of the people who've spoken in this debate, many of whom should be getting an Oscar for the work they've done for women.
My Lords, I rise with great delight, actually, this afternoon, because a lot of what I planned to say, and it wasn't very much because I had a very late night last night, which I'll tell you about later, a lot of what I planned to say has been said already by many, many peers. That is thanks to the efforts of Andrew Mitchell, the Secretary of State for International Development years ago, and his successors in a Conservative government, and I don't often say nice things about Conservative governments, I know, but I do at this time say that they have done a terrific job, if only to make sure that a majority of people who've spoken in this debate so far have mentioned my favourite subject, which is women's reproductive health, family planning and safe abortion. And that's what I plan to talk about now. And to use my favourite phrase, and that is that you cannot promote the empowerment of women, and Baroness Jenkin has already alluded to this, unless you give them power over their own bodies first. It is pointless talking about it unless you do that. And I sometimes think that women in the West, and particularly in this country, we've had it pretty good from this point of view for a long, long time now. We take family planning for granted. We know that on the whole, we can control the number of children we had. I mean, even I controlled the number of children I had. You know, it's something that's been there for our generation of women. And they do not realise that in many, many other parts of the world, this just doesn't apply. Once a girl starts menstruating, she's often married off very early, and from then on, she is either pregnant or breastfeeding or dead, frankly, as she goes on and on and on, producing more and more children. It is a pretty dreadful life. No hope of gender equality there. no talk of empowerment. And the most crucial intervention, of course, is family planning and safe abortion. Now, many countries have already achieved it. You look at the Asian tiger countries, they're often held up as an example. They've done it. Without coercion, I may add. More recently, Indonesia, Vietnam, Ethiopia, Rwanda, Bangladesh have all brought down their fertility rate, meaning their family size, freeing women to do other things. And more women, because of our government pushing this agenda, have access to family planning. And I say thank you again to the government and the Department for International Development. Maternal mortality has been reduced by 44% since 1990. And although the world population is rising, it is doing so at a slower rate, which is the good news. This intervention of family planning, uncoercive family planning, is just about availability of supplies. And our government is making sure, as far as possible, that we spread them as widely as possible. And as was mentioned by Baroness Jenkin, education is terribly important. Girls have to be educated. But again, they cannot be educated if they are childbearing. If they're constantly expected to have more and more babies, they're not going to be able to access education more than at a very rudimentary level. And in fact, when women are educated, because they've had fewer children, because they've had access to family planning, because of that, the World Bank has demonstrated that the economy of their country improves and the whole lot of the people living there are improved. So it is a win-win situation for everybody if that happens. Now, the reason I had a late night last night was that last night my all-party group on population development and reproductive health launched a paper, and I've got a copy here. You'll all be getting one in the next week. I'm sorry to advertise it, but it's a very, very important paper. It's called Who Decides? And it's about abortion, safe abortion, in the developing world. And it also mentions this country, which I know is quite a contentious issue. We need legal safe abortion in all countries, and we need improvements here in the UK. Lord Steele, who was here earlier, piloted that bill through Parliament in 1967. It was a tremendous thing to have done, and it was a great thing to have done for the women of this country. But it now needs updating. Women still need 2 doctors. Often they have to have 2 different appointments. Often it takes ages to get an appointment in the first place. They need better access. And can I say worldwide that the abortion rate is the same whether abortion is legal or illegal in a particular country. So abortions still go on. And the thing is, that is because women who cannot access safe abortion will take matters into their own hands, and many die as a consequence. In fact, 68,000 women die every year from unsafe abortion in the rest of the world. So people who oppose safe abortion provision are promoting death, actually. Death of young women and death of the mothers of little families. So finally, I want you all to have a look at this report, and I want the government particularly to have a look at the report, and I hope the Minister will reply to me in her closing comments. It is terribly important that we look at the provision worldwide. Medical abortion now is so much easier. 2 pills can be taken in the first 12 weeks to produce a very much easier form of abortion, a very early miscarriage. No surgical interventions required. We must promote this method worldwide. We must make sure that it's available online and without the intervention of doctors. You know, we do not need doctors. Women don't need doctors all the time to control our bodies. We can actually do it ourselves if we're given the means to do so. And in this country, it applies also. We should not have to get the permission of 2 doctors to end an early pregnancy that we tried to avoid but did not succeed in doing so. Women must have that choice. Whatever you personally feel about it, an individual woman must have that choice. And we must rethink the 1967 Abortion Act, decriminalise it, because it's still part of the 1861 Offence Against the Person Act, for goodness sake. It's a criminal offence to have an abortion in this country without 2 doctors allowing you to have it. So please, please, can the Minister say something about that and promise that women worldwide will get a better, easier deal with the advent of medical abortion, and women in this country likewise will get that better deal because of medical abortion?
My Lords, it's a great pleasure to follow the noble Baroness Tong, and I much admire her wonderful work on promoting family planning, reproductive health and safe abortion. Today we celebrate International Women's Day, and this year it is particularly special. A few weeks ago we debated the role of women in public life and the progress made in increasing their representation in Parliament 100 years after women were granted the vote. Well, some women. It was an occasion to look back and see how far we've come. And I welcome today's debate, so ably introduced by my noble friend Baroness Williams, which gives us an opportunity to look forward. There is still no country in the world where women are equal to men in political, economic and social terms. We are indeed lucky to live in a country with a government dedicated to gender equality and that puts women's rights at the heart of international development. And I congratulate DFID and the Secretary of State on their strategic vision for gender equality, a call to action that was announced yesterday. This recognises the need for all of us to take action to make gender equality become a reality. But we have come a long way, but as others have already mentioned, there is still a long way to go, both in the UK and globally. And I take this opportunity to declare an interest due to my involvement with GAPS and other NGOs as listed on the register. The UK has a global reputation as a leader on gender equality, but yesterday nominations closed for places on CEDAW, the Committee for Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. Why have we never put forward a candidate? CEDAW consists of 23 experts from around the world, and every country that signs up to CEDAW is obliged to submit reports, and the committee, having considered this, addresses its concerns and recommendations to the State Party as concluding observations. What kind of message does this give to other countries that the UK continues to ignore this very important global committee? Ensuring the inclusion of Goal 5 to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls with its 9 targets in the SDGs adopted by the UN in 2015 was a big achievement. However, it's only in the years to come that we will see how effective this has been. Too often, countries sign up to these international conventions, but then not enough is done to implement them. After all countries that are members of the UN have had to sign up to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights adopted in 1948, yet 70 years later, we are still pushing for gender equality. I welcome the Foreign Secretary's focus on girls' education because it's hard to take part in today's world without any, and still an estimated 131 million girls worldwide remain out of school. The statistics are stark. About a quarter of girls today between the ages of 15 and 24 have never completed primary school, and 2/3 of the world's illiterate people are women. Poverty, as we've already heard, drives some parents to deny their daughters education as they need them to work. And in some countries, parents pull their daughters out of school when they reach puberty because they're worried that they will be raped. And if pregnant, they are then unmarriageable. and in poor countries, people cannot afford to have an unmarriageable girl. I mentioned rape, but violence against women is still an epidemic across the world, with 1 in 3 women experiencing it in their lifetime, as we've already heard from other noble lords. And despite all the work and publicity, even here in the UK, 2 women are killed a week. Nothing can be more frightening for a child than seeing their mother being beaten up. This will have a profound effect on them for the rest of their lives and on the whole community. Conflict causes rates of domestic violence to rocket. In countries like Afghanistan, it is estimated that 87% of women suffer from domestic violence. At a symposium in Kabul last summer, I heard a psychologist talk about the fact that because of high levels of violence in the family, it will be hard to achieve a peaceful society there. The Preventing Sexual Violence in Conflict initiative, launched by William Hague in 2012, brought this issue to global attention. As noble lords are aware, I was a member of the Select Committee on this issue, chaired by the noble lady Baroness Nicholson, and sit on the steering board of the initiative. This initiative was always going to be a marathon, not a sprint, as the situation is of such magnitude that it needs sustained effort. So I press the Minister to ensure that the UK doesn't lose focus on this important issue. And will the UK lead another global summit in 2019 to assist progress? One only has to look at the conflicts raging today and the high levels of sexual violence committed by Daesh against the Yazidis to see how very relevant this initiative is. Ending impunity is key to this. Have any of the Daesh men been held for these war crimes when Mosul and Raqqa fell? And what has the UK done and spoken out about this? Since the adoption of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda in 2000, only 27% of peace agreements have referenced women. Between 1992 and 2011, women have made up only 9% of negotiators in peace processes and 4% of signatories. And between 2008 and 2012, this fell to 3%. Yet we know that where women are included in peace processes, there is a 20% increase in the probability of an agreement lasting at least 2 years and a 35% increase in the probability of an agreement lasting at least 15 years. The UK holds the pen at the UN on women, peace and security, and we launched our latest national action plan in January. But 18 years after the adoption of UN Special Resolution 1325, why are the Syrian women not allowed to be at the peace table? We should not be having to justify why women should be included in peace processes. We should be asking men to justify why they are excluded. And in the aftermath of the Kabul process for peace and security cooperation last week, we must not forget the Afghan women who have put their lives at risk to take part in public life. It is imperative that their rights are not traded away to bring the Taliban around the table. How can we in the UK exert global influence to make sure that more countries adhere to what they have signed up to? Next week, like my noble friend Baroness Ainley, I and many other women from around the world head to the UN for the Commission on the Status of Women. The theme will be about rural women, with a review theme looking at women in the media, information and communications and technologies. What would we like the effect of this meeting to be? The CSW is the second largest meeting of the year at the UN, yet almost nothing is heard about it in the media. Around 5,000 women from around the world attend, and we should be sending out a strong message about some of the terrible suffering being endured by women right now, today. The Rohingya women, the women in Yemen and South Sudan, the women and their families being bombed in East Ghouta, to name but a few. While CSW is enormously welcomed as a meeting, I very much hope that the UK will work with others to improve its impact to resound across the world. To conclude, I enormously welcome this debate today because we still have much work to do, and I look forward to helping our government to further the cause of gender equality, both here at home and around the world.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to be the first male to take part so far in this debate. Now, I intend to address my remarks in a relatively up-to-date example of the challenges which lie ahead in the important area of gender equality in sport for women. My Lords, I've been in the past initiated debates in this House and the other place on the subject of the role of women in the world of sport. And it would be churlish to pretend that no progress has been made, certainly not enough, in the emancipation of women in sport. Over the last 2 decades in particular, I must say. But clearly not enough has been done. There have been some strides, but not gigantic ones. Before I list some of those, I was struck by a reading of a statement by Nelson Mandela some time ago when he wrote, "Sport has the power to change the world." And of course, in the case of apartheid, it would be, he did just that, change the world, certainly in South Africa. One of the reasons for that change was explained to me by former President of the Republic, F.W. de Klerk, for when on a visit to South Africa with the parliamentary rugby tour, I had a meeting with him and I asked him why he had, after his attitude over the years on apartheid, changed his mind. His answer was simple. He said we could cope with economic and trade boycotts which were imposed on us, but as a sport-loving nation, we could no longer go on being isolated in the world of sport, in particular to the United Kingdom and other nations as it was. Now, I raised that, my Lords, because it was a mountain to climb, and it was overcome with determination and vigour and determination, not only by sportsmen and women here and elsewhere, but many other places as well. And it does show what can be done with as these women showed as well, who are engaged in sport, and those now attempting to overcome the obstacles standing in their way of gender disparity in the field of sport. So, my Lords, I've said some important progress has been made, but who would have thought that over the last 2 decades or so we've had 3 women ministers for sport, although the path for them has not been universally a smooth one, but it's certainly a move in the right direction. The first was Labour's Kate Hoey. Her tenure was cut too short. She was shoved out short before she could really fulfil her ambitions. Then came the Helen Grant from the Tories, but she hardly was the right person. She didn't strike the quite note. I think she was dismissed in a short period of time, and probably notably because she once blurted out that women who play sport didn't have to feel unfeminine. There are wonderful sports one can do, she said, at a very high level, and those participate look absolutely radiant and very feminine, such as ballet, gymnastics, cheerleading, and even roller skating. To be fair, she just probably was in the wrong job, but thankfully she was replaced by the current Minister of Sport, Tracy Croucher, former sportswoman who's doing a first-class job in her post. I've had reason to sing her praises in earlier debates in this House, but she's a credit to sport and her gender, and I hope she will remain in her post certainly until the next general election. And here in this House, although not a minister, we are privileged to have the greatest Olympian of them all in Baroness Tanni Grey-Thompson, who is an inspirational athlete and a role model to many. But of course, it's not just about medals that sport is all about. Most sport takes part at grassroots level, away from the glitter of gold and silver. Unfortunately, men are more likely to be active than women according to Women's in Sport. Only 29% of women take part in sporting activities compared with 41% of men. Women need to feel as though sport is a place for them, and Sports England's This Girl Can campaign, has made a great mark already in tackling notions of fear and judgment in sport, with 2.9 million women have already taken part in that campaign so far. Women's participation in physical activity is especially important, in particular regards women at the low income groups who are most likely to be inactive. This experience will probably cross into other areas of their lives, affecting not only their physical health, of course, but their mental health too. But these issues are not new, and they've been discussed by women's sports bodies over the years. As far back as 1994, when as Shadow Minister of Sport, I was fortunate to be invited to the very first international conference for women in sport, a conference which took place in Brighton. There were 280 delegates from 82 countries, attended by many sports ministers from other countries. Many British delegates, I have to say, were bemused and ashamed that no British minister was present. On my return to Parliament, I tabled a question to the Minister, Ian Sprout. Was he aware that he missed this unique and important conference which took place in this country? And would he at least adopt, as had the opposition, and endorse the declaration made that there was to be an increase in women's involvement in sport at all levels? The Minister, Mr. Sprout's reply was, if more women wish to be involved, I should be glad for them to do so, but it's up to them. I read the declaration, and it was political correctness in excelsis. My Lords, at that time, that view was typical, unfortunately, of some Tory sports ministers. But I always exempted the noble Lord Moynihan, who was a sports minister around that time. Thankfully, that attitude has changed, however slowly, but there's increasing signs that we're moving in the right direction. One important factor for female participation is the success, of course, in the sporting events that have taken place even just recently, whether it be in South Korea, the Winter Olympics, or at Birmingham with the Indoor Championships. Now, my time is up, so I won't go on, but I would just like to once more say how proud I am to be the first male in this debate so far. But I know there are others, and I look forward, as I'm sure you do, to hearing them in this debate.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the noble Lord Hendry. And as this last week, we've been remembering the wonders of Sir Roger Bannister, who set the record for the first sub-4-minute mile. I might reveal that I've recently taken up running myself, and I fear I may set the record for the slowest mile ever. But as he said, even this girl can. My Lords, we have this debate today at a very important time. We're in the run-up to the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, and that is very important to some of us in particular, because 40 out of 53 Commonwealth states criminalise homosexuality. They account for more than half the world's nations where same-sex relationships are illegal. 7 Commonwealth nations impose life imprisonment. Some have the death penalty for relationships between men, and hate crimes against LGBT people are most widespread in most Commonwealth countries. And the vast majority of people who live, LGBT people who live there, have got no legal protection and rights whatsoever. This Commonwealth Heads of Government Summit meeting is happening as it is in London, is an opportunity for those of us who live in this country, who over the last 50 years, as we marked last year, have made enormous social, economic and political change and advancement, to share with other people around the country, around the world, the secrets of how we have advanced as a nation. And I want to ask the Noble Baroness, the Minister, whether she might consider the work of the All-Parliamentary Group on Global LGBT Rights, which is working with an organisation called Open for Business. It is a collection of world top businesses who come together and are busy putting together the economic case against discrimination. We are now building up a lot of data from well-established resources, such as the World Bank, where we can show that in countries where there is a good attitude towards LGBTI inclusion, there is better economic performance. They are more competitive countries. There is greater levels of entrepreneurship. There is greater levels of direct foreign investment, and that those countries fare better within global markets. They're also the sorts of countries where there is less of a brain drain. And that applies to both men and women. Lesbians very often are deemed to be at less risk in these countries because they are less visible often. But actually they are probably more vulnerable in many ways because they usually have a less economically stable existence. And I would particularly commend to the Noble Baroness the work of a very small charity which is called Micro Rainbow International. What they do is they give business support and start-up funding to LGBT people so that they can start to set up businesses. And they tell a particularly good example of two women who were harassed and badly treated within their community because they were seen to be outsiders, who were given money to start a small bakery and are now employers within their community, and they are now respected. And that is just but one example of an approach, I think, that could be further adopted. But I do hope that the ministers who are attending the Commonwealth Heads of Government Summit will not only make the sort of moral case, but also the financial and business case to to other leaders around the Commonwealth, because their countries need economic development just as much as we do. Second thing, my lords, I really liked the Baroness Williams of Trafford, who opened our debate so eloquently and fully this afternoon. She's very different from the Baroness Williams of Trafford, who answers my written questions. I'm very sorry she's not in a place to hear me say this, because she will know that over the past year and a half, I have submitted endless questions to her department, principally about the detention of LGBTI asylum seekers. I still have never received a satisfactory answer as to why we are busy locking people up in detention at a cost of £36,000 a year when there are no flight risks whatsoever. But I will give her the credit that is due, that her department, after about 18 months, did finally get round to releasing some statistics just before Christmas. And what they showed was quite different. It was quite horrifying. 2/3 of people who apply for asylum on the basis of being LGBT, not T, we've excluded trans people from these, but LGBT, fail. And consequently, we are sending people back to countries such as Nigeria and Uganda and Sri Lanka, where they are going to face very serious peril. In some cases, they will inevitably be sent to prison for an extensive period of time. And I must say that I asked the Noble Baroness a few months ago what efforts are made by those people who are supervising those deportations to ensure that people will not be in peril when they go back. And I have to say, even by the standards of the Home Office, I got a pretty ropey answer. It seems to me that we are busy saying that this is a matter which is the responsibility of the country to which people are returned. I don't think that's good enough, and I do think that people are being in jeopardy as a result. I want to go on to say that I do think the Noble Baroness Williams of Trafford and Justine Greening and Mrs May deserve a lot of congratulations for having the courage to say that they will go ahead with the consultation on the reform of the Gender Recognition Act. The Gender Recognition Act is currently not fit for purpose, and people who need to rely upon it are forced to go through truly humiliating and demeaning experiences in order to have legal recognition of their identity. Since the government made that announcement, there has been an absolutely relentless campaign against it, waged primarily by transphobic feminists such as Sarah Dighton and Julie Bindel, and Murdoch journalists such as Janice Turner and Andrew Gilligan, with, I might add, some absolutely woeful journalism on the part of the BBC. I simply want to say to the government, I wouldn't blame them for being somewhat taken aback by the ferocity of that campaign, but I sincerely hope that they will stand firm, and that they will stand firm in the knowledge that if they do go ahead, as I really believe they should, then they will have widespread support from these benches, and I believe the Noble Baroness Thornton might agree with me, from their bench, because we know that at heart this is a piece of work which is very, very necessary to bring about equality to a bunch of people who have a really tough time in our country, and to whom we owe it to bring about legal equality. My Lords, in the 1 minute left to me, I want to say I very much welcome the publication of the report from Baroness Tong's group. I was part of it. Simply want to say this. Autonomy over your body and is the absolute bedrock of your existence as a human being. But for us, women of all different types and of all different backgrounds, now more than ever, in the face of some of the terrible, terrible stuff which is coming out of the United States, we must stand together. We must understand each other's differences, and we must bind together on those basic things which are of importance, immense importance to all of us and to the girls of the future.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow Baroness Burke, and I know she does a tremendous amount of work in the LGBT community. Can I also thank the government for making the time available for today's debate, which demonstrates the importance it places in improving women's lives in the UK and around the world. My Lords, history is littered with examples where those who have power do not want to share that power or use it to disadvantage or to exclude others. We've only to look back 100 years to the suffragettes to see the monumental struggles they went to get the vote for women. Those struggles mean that women in the UK are now entitled to vote, have an education, work and have personal financial security, choose if, who and when to marry, and are liberated by access to family planning and health services. This is all underpinned by important equality legislation, and I welcome these and many other improvements to women's lives and celebrate the huge progress made. But, my Lord, there remains ingrained negative cultural attitudes towards women, and disproportionately more to black and ethnic minority women. I have recently been asked to be a panel member of a documentary film directed by Nancy Buski. The title is The Rape of Recy Taylor. Recy Taylor was a 24-year-old black mother kidnapped at gunpoint as she walked home from church. She was blindfolded and gang-raped by 6 white boys in 1944 in Alabama. Few women, and particularly black women, spoke of such attacks for fear of their lives and of the lives of their loved ones, but Recy Taylor courageously identified her rapist. But the law failed Recy Taylor. White media outlets ignored her story. Sexual violence against women of colour in the 1940s went largely unpunished. As the director of the film says, back then people recognised rape was a crime. Certainly it was in terms of law, but it wasn't treated that way in terms of the culture. Men were taking advantage of women with impunity, and it was a legacy handed down from slavery, where white men owned their women slaves and their bodies. My Lords, the issues of those who have power and those who do not is important. It's not just about legal rights, but also about responsibilities, cultural norms, and social acceptance of attitudes. In Recy Taylor's case, it took a powerful group of people to draw attention to those who had no power before people began to take action and the civil rights movement began. Today, we have seen a wave of sexual assault claims against men in positions of power, and gangs of men working together to sexually groom and abuse young, vulnerable girls in places such as Rotherham, Rochdale and Oxford. As a former trustee of the NSPCC, I know the devastating impact these predatory behaviours can have on individuals and on their families. So culturally, has our society really moved on when sexual harassment and abuse claims are so prevalent? The answer has to be yes, because we have stronger safeguarding mechanisms in place today, and more people are encouraged and courageously speak out. To that end, campaigns such as #MeToo and Time's Up campaigns are significant. But there are, my lords, many girls and women around the world who can't speak out, and like Recy Taylor, are given no voice. They have no education, no money, little or no say in terms of what happens in their lives or in their futures. Around the world, we still have child marriages, rapes of young girls and women enslaved in prostitution and in enforced labour. Child marriage remains a huge issue for many countries, in countries such as Bangladesh, Ethiopia, Ghana, India and Afghanistan. And despite the welcome progress that's been made by, has been stated by UNICEF earlier this week, 1 in 5 children are married before the age of 16. Girls from the poorest families are the most disadvantaged and are likely to be married much earlier than their wealthier counterparts. As part of the National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security, the UK provided technical input into the development of the Afghan National Action Plan to eliminate early child marriage. I'd be grateful if my noble friend the Minister could give an update on that plan and any further work undertaken to eliminate child marriage there. It would also be helpful to understand how the Home Office and DFID are working together to eliminate child marriages in Pakistan for the girls under the age of 16. This is because, my lords, the Girls' Summit Charter in 2015 on ending FGM and child early and forced marriage included the signatories of some of the Asian countries, Bangladesh and Nepal, but not those of Pakistan or Afghanistan. And although some individuals and NGOs from Afghanistan and Pakistan did sign the Charter, however, it's very regrettable that some NGOs working with disadvantaged women have now been given 3 months' notice to leave Pakistan. How is the government monitoring this situation, and how is it monitoring and progressing the support being given through its aid in Pakistan so that the work relating to enhancing women's rights and lives is not further eroded? And my lords, despite the Prime Minister making combating modern slavery one of the UK's top foreign policy priorities, there are increasing numbers of girls and women attracted by false promises of marriage being trafficked into the UK and Europe for the sex trade and into forced labour. More needs to be done to stop this terrible crime, aided by more prosecutions and convictions of the smugglers. Tackling modern slavery is an enormous challenge, but it also provides an opportunity for the international community and the UN system to show how it can come together to provide a coordinated and coherent response. I would like reassurance from the Minister on how this has been achieved from a UK perspective. A UN report says deep-seated attitudes of men towards women contribute to this problem. And are these deep-seated attitudes towards women to blame for the world's inertia that despite significant modern technology, 300 girls were kidnapped in 2014 in Nigeria by Boko Haram, and a further 110 girls from their classrooms only a few weeks back? Whilst the relationship between insecurity and poverty is obvious, Our government and the UN must seek to tackle instability and terrorism. Girls should not be put at risk simply because they want an education. Like the Pakistani economy, the Nigerian economy will not flourish under the instability caused by terrorism and poor education of girls. I am pleased that in January the government published its 4th National Plan on Women, Peace and Security, announcing that championing girls' education to promote global stability will be at the heart of the UK foreign development. I welcome this. But I do want to stress to my noble friend, the Minister, as my time is nearly up, that there are 2 top spending programmes in Pakistan from DFID to the tune of 75.4 million and a further 43.9 million. And how is this money being spent, bearing in mind the levels of corruption in Pakistan and the fact that certain NGOs are being asked to leave? And can I conclude to say that we are richer when we give our girls and women the opportunities to flourish through our contribution to international aid. We are keeping women around the world safer, healthier and better educated. But as my noble Lord Baroness Browning said, you know, we do need to tackle attitudes, and there needs to be much greater leadership if we really are going to make this work for girls and women. And to that end, I urge every woman and man to do much more.
I welcome this debate marking International Women's Day and thank the Minister for initiating it. And I celebrate, as other noble lords do, the centenary of women's suffrage this year. Celebration, however, must not mask the plight of too many women internationally and here in the UK. To this end, I wish to raise the situation of detained women in Yarl's Wood, some of whom are currently on hunger strike. Although campaigners have welcomed improvement in conditions at Yarl's Wood since the implementation of the Adults at Risk policy, which should mean that survivors of sexual and gender-based violence would not normally be detained, and the routine detention of pregnant women would be ended, there are still concerns for detained women. Today sees a lobby of Parliament by refugee and migrant women under the banner of All Women Count, which calls for safety, dignity and liberty for all women regardless of their status in the UK. The government currently locks up 1,600 asylum-seeking women every year. Critics of the use of detention say it is unfair to deprive a person of their liberty for administrative convenience, that detention is costly, ineffective and harmful, and there are better alternatives. Of particular concern, highlighted by noble lords last week, indefinite detention is harmful to detainees' mental health and well-being. Safeguards to protect detainees and prevent inappropriate cases from being detained are insufficient and ineffective. As my noble friend, Lady Lister of Buttershead said, the point about indefinite detention is not that the person is never released, it is that they do not know when they will be released, and this has a devastating impact on mental health. My lords, all these concerns are still being played out at Yarl's Wood, according to the campaign group Women for Refugee Women, to whom I owe my thanks for this briefing. Last year, this group conducted interviews with 26 women who have claimed asylum and been detained since the Adults at Risk policy came into force, and alarmingly found that survivors of sexual and gender-based violence are still routinely detained. Many had experience of domestic violence, forced marriage, female genital mutilation, and forced prostitution and trafficking. Many had been detained for long periods, even when their mental and physical health had deteriorated. Women reported feeling suicidal, and 2 had attempted suicide while in detention. I recognise that the government argues that the purpose of detention is to enable swift removal, but there are too many examples of women incarcerated for long periods. Home Office statistics show that in 2017, 43% of asylum-seeking women leaving detention had been detained for 29 days or more. Although the number of pregnant women detained has fallen since the 72-hour time limit came into force, it is still the case that the majority of pregnant women are subsequently released to continue with their claims, so their detention serves no purpose. Fewer than 20% of pregnant women who are detained are removed from the UK. My Lords, Women for Refugee Women have raised a number of concerns about how the new approach is actually working, despite the good intentions following the Shaw Review. There is no screening process that actively identifies if someone is vulnerable or at risk before they are detained. So survivors of sexual and gender-based violence are going into detention before any attempt has been made to find out about their previous experiences. Survivors of sexual and gender-based violence are not believed when they disclose their previous experiences and find it difficult to obtain supporting evidence that the Home Office will accept. Women are not automatically informed about Rule 35 reports, medical reports prepared by doctors working in detention centres, which the Home Office will accept as evidence. Even then, women with this legitimate evidence have remained in detention. Her Majesty's Chief Inspector of Prisons report on the Isles Wood in November 2017 noted significant improvements since its last inspection in 2015, but did raise concerns about Rule 35, and I quote from it: "There were unacceptable delays in the Rule 35 process. The quality of reports were generally poor, they were vague, lacked detail, and did not adequately address symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. In some cases, the Home Office refused, without explanation, to accept rape as torture. Detention has been maintained in most cases that we looked at without addressing the exceptional circumstances for doing so. In several cases, detention was maintained despite the acceptance of professional evidence of torture." Could the noble lady, the Minister, assure the House that the Inspector's recommendation is being implemented? That is, Rule 35 assessments should be completed within 24 hours. Reports should provide clear, objective and detailed professional assessments, including on evidence of PTSD. Responses should be prompt. Where professional evidence of torture is accepted, the exceptional reasons leading to the decision to maintain detention should be provided in detail. Rape should be considered a form of torture for the purposes of Rule 35. HMIP noted that just a third of all Rule 35 reports submitted by doctors working in the Isles Wood in the 6 months prior to their last inspection had resulted in women concerned being released. Overall, they found that vulnerable women were still being detained despite professional evidence of torture, rape and trafficking, and in greater numbers than we have seen at previous inspections. As a result, they concluded that the effectiveness of the Adults at Risk policy, which is intended to reduce the detention of vulnerable people, was questionable. It is surely wrong that those whose mental and physical health are clearly deteriorating while in detention should remain without hope. Home Office statistics show that in 2017, 85% of asylum-seeking women released from detention were released back into the community to continue with their asylum claim, so their detention appeared to serve no purpose. Campaigners are calling for a proactive screening process to ensure survivors of sexual and gender-based violence are identified before detention. There should be an absolute exclusion on the detention of pregnant women. There should be a 28-day time limit on immigration detention. Community-based alternatives for immigration detention focused on support and engagement are more effective and less expensive than detention. Good practice has been demonstrated by the family returns process implemented in 2011, following the Welcome Pledge to end the detention of children, which has reduced by 96%. The government should do more to move away from the detention model and into community-based alternatives. Perhaps the new short review by Stephen Shaw to assess progress against the key recommendations for action in his previous review of the welfare of vulnerable people in detention will encourage the government to be braver.
My Lords, It's a real privilege to follow the Noble Lady, and I salute her for her dedication to the work of asylum seekers and women who are detained. My Lord, it's an honor to take part in these events, yearly annual discussion and debates. It's very uplifting. I speak today in recognition of the centuries of our common struggles to freely participate in workspace and public life, not because of nostalgia, but because we are still plagued by inequality, spoken so eloquently by so many noble sisters, baronesses across the House. Yes, we have achieved some progress in women's representation in public arena, but obstacles that women continue to face in all societies is also faced by Muslim women in Britain, which is exactly what I want to talk about today. And I also want to just speak about women in Britain, which is not my usual thing. I love to talk about women everywhere, but I thought it would be really good given that we're celebrating this amazing century. So, my lords, Muslim women in this decade have become a symbol of much ills of our society, and I've spoken of this many times in this place. And many counter-terrorism policies are looking specifically to women's role in preventing radicalization. Sadly, this is oversimplification, if not deliberately to confuse Islamic traditions within the constraint of patriarchal society, prescription and practice. Therefore, it should not be specifically odd that Muslim women also experience discrimination within their families. What is of significance is that many women are frustrated too often, having to negotiate choices between emancipation within home, workplace, and the challenge that they face from Islamophobia. Many hundreds and thousands of women whose voices are not heard often enough are frustrated about how Muslim women feel ill-perceived, defined and judged not by their contribution, their presence, or their intellect, but by their clothing, culture, and faith. These generalizations reinforces division, dangerous and simply wrong, and keep women, Muslim women in particular, out of power and office. To address these inequalities as lawmakers, we have to demonstrate that we are prepared to be bold and lead by examples and address these issues of discrimination that prevail in society, which are pervasive obstacles to progress of women, and particularly Muslim women's leadership. So it pleases me no end, my lords, to speak of my passion for the work campaign called Change the Script, set out by the National Commission on Muslim Women, and I refer my interest on the register. This campaign sets out opportunities for Muslim women to write their own narrative, which is often marred by misconception and reduced to debates about so-called religious oppression, unforgiving and biased statistics to terrorism and Muslim women's veil. Over the past couple of years, endless conversations have been taking place both in this House and across different parts of the country with the commissioners and women-led groups on how to redress the current and mainstream discourse on Muslim women. We've been doing it rather quietly because, it's good work, and let it speak for itself. Dismal statistics, however, in employment, education, and attitude to citizenship published in various reports do not tend to reflect the entire truths. British Muslims contribute 31 billion, my lord, to the economy, and there are countless thousands of talented Muslim women in every profession contributing to make today's vibrant, multicultural, multi-faith Britain, but remain unheard of in public space. Hence, Change the Script campaign, which has just begun, is to celebrate the incredible achievement of British Muslim women and their contribution to society over decades, which has silently shaped Britain. It is also aimed to reflect the experience and the strength, as well as the challenges Muslim women face, by documenting and highlighting their presence in every part of society, professions, and communities, share their stories through social media campaign, #WriteYourScript, and website and exhibition alongside publications and forums held across various cities. We've been speaking to women up and down the country who want their voices, stories, and opinions amplified in a positive way, from community activists, artists, entrepreneurs, stay-at-home mothers, to doctors, teachers, lawyers, scientists. Thousands of exceptional Muslim women have made a difference to the society we live in. Take, for example, Humara Khan, Khalida Khan, setting up a pioneering women's project called An-Nisa nearly 35 years ago. Shaheen Taj from Henna Foundation in Cardiff, Poly Islam working on mental health in Bangladesh and Luton, in Rohingya camps in various places, and neuroscientist and healing counselor Dr. Aisha Raza, who is making waves in male-dominated STEM field, to artist Siddiqa Juma, who has just won the Leonardo da Vinci Universal Artist Award and has just put Islamic art on mainstream platform. In fact, I've just this morning visited the outstanding work of Limehouse project led by Farida Yasmin. This is incredible and endless list, and I would be honored to talk about every single amazing woman that are defining the stereotype of Muslim women today. But sadly, this is not on our time is not on our side. Anyway, we all know how achieving social change is a mountain to climb, mountain to overcome, and I do hope the Noble Baroness the Minister will assist to generate awareness of these gifted women. We are determined to go beyond public profiles and listing their testimonials. We're documenting with publication and celebrating their presence, and we're hoping to mount a wall of 100 women celebrating the centenary of women's suffrage as they perceive their world, a small legacy, a gift to our mothers, daughters, and granddaughters. Our goal is to ensure that the work is shared with schools and higher education institutions and allowing steps to be taken, pressing matters in relation to employment, education, and increasing more mentors for young women. We wish to see more Muslim women portrayed positively in public spheres, and not on this auspicious occasion, very important day, March 8, 2018. There is no better way to raise their voices in any campaigns that the government is leading. 100 years of resistance, my Lord, as we celebrate women's right to vote in Britain. As one of the first in the Labour movement and in this House, I share the pride in achieving 208 women MPs, wishful thinking, Freudian slip and all that, there are 6 whom are Muslim women. However, in every national and international platform, men continue to assert and define our rights. Surely time is up for them. My Lords, me too grew up among strong women. My amazing and courageous mother, who came here all by herself with 5 children, all the way 46 years ago, and raised us. And she raised us with the confidence that men, both my grandfathers, who have always honored women in their families, and the women that chose careers or simply stayed at home, regardless of any cultural taboos of their own generations. My Lords, I look forward to the day when we can celebrate equality and justice for all women, regardless of their status, race, or religion, wherever they are in the UK.
Noble Lords, it is a privilege to speak on this topic, and I thank my colleagues for securing the time for this debate. I am proud to support a government that has taken unprecedented steps to secure gender equality both in this country and abroad. Before I consider how our foreign policy and aid policy can be used to best help women, I wish to touch on our recent celebration of the suffragettes. These were touching and sobering commemorations, and I am heartened at every new election when the numbers of women at the other place goes up. Much more work is needed to get this to 50%. It ought to be, but I have confidence in the Prime Minister that she will pay attention to this. After all, She can claim a great deal of credit for setting up the body that has helped propel dozens of Conservative women into Parliament. The opposition recently hired an advisor, an activist who has a history of disparaging remarks about various groups. I will not dwell on all of it, but I think there is one point that deserves refuting. She said on Twitter that suffragettes were white supremacists who were fighting for the white woman only rights. Noble Lords, this is simply wrong. One of my personal heroes is Princess Sophia Dalip Singh, the daughter of Maharaja Dalip Singh. She was a leading voice in the women's tax resistance movement, which encouraged women to withhold tax until they were granted suffrage. And the king at that time was known to remark, have we no hold on her? She was no white supremacist. She was a principled woman, and I am glad that Prime Minister referred to her at the Vote 100 commemoration a couple of weeks back here in Noble Lords. Our aid budget is one of our most powerful international levers of influence. We are valued and respected for sticking to the spending guidelines even in times of austerity. I recently spoke on the importance of the educating women in less developed states, especially in nursing. It has been shown time and time again that the single most effective policy to combat poverty, close gender pay gaps, and boost economic growth is the education of women. If I could have my way, the aid budget would be focused on disaster mitigation and the education of women almost exclusively. However, in other projects, there are a number of options to ensure gender equality is consistently being promoted. Given the recent allegations that have affected the industry, it may be worth showing that British charities can be trusted to do the right thing in the workplace, which can also head off allegations of hypocrisy. What steps are the government taking to make sure that the NGOs they work with have proper harassment protocols in place when allegations are brought to them? Additionally, Minister could urge NGOs that they work with ensure their local hires are gender balanced, and that they train women when they cannot find women with the right skills profiles. Of course, this may seem like an extra burden to put on NGOs, but now, more than ever, they need to show their commitment to gender equality.
My Lords, I'm grateful to Baroness Williams for giving us the opportunity for this debate today, and I'd like to express my gratitude to her. I'd like to express my gratitude to women in general, and I'd like to express my gratitude to some particular women too. I start rather like Baroness Browning with an expression of gratitude to my mother. Had she been alive, 113 she would have been this week. She bore 3 sons, all born in 3 years, went 12 years, and then, I think without any planning, I turned up in the middle of the war. My father was away. She had 3 young teenage boys, and she was working as a weaver. We had very little money, very poor background, and we were born into a society where there was very limited public education at the time. No health service. It was 6 years before the National Health Service came into being. There were many slums around us, and generally life was quite different to what we've come to experience latterly. And in the world, I was born into a world when we worry about our leadership, the quality of our leadership. It was a world that was led by men: Hitler, Stalin, Mussolini. The Chinese were preparing for a revolution led by men. We were all at war, fighting each other, the male domination, what do men do best or cannot resist, fighting each other for power. And there were few women around in political leadership anywhere in the world, few in the Commons, none in the Lords, if we recall, no life peerage then, only hereditaries, all male. And now I've been here 20 years, and I look back and I see the changes which have not only taken place in my lifetime, but the changes which have taken place during the 20 years since I've been in the Lords. There have been dramatic changes, particularly in the advancement of women and their opportunities here. I've served primarily as a backbencher. I've served solely as a backbencher, but I've served primarily under women leaders on both sides of the House, and it's a remarkable tribute to the progress that we've made. And we've got some great individual women here, and on our side we've already mentioned the late departed Muriel Turner, who used to sit down there where Rita is now, where Baroness Donoghue. Always there. And 2 other who are missing today, you will all recall, great affection, Josie Farrington, Baroness Farrington, who's unwell, and also she would have been speaking today, without any doubt, our good friend Baroness Joyce Gould, who did so much in the Labour Party for women and has done so much in this House since she came in, and we all, I'm sure, wish to send our regards to them and the best wishes for their recovery from their ill health. I have a background in the trade union movement, again very much a male domain. I was the General Secretary in a civil service trade union where we had 60% women members, 40% men only, but the union was primarily run by men. The leadership, the executive council, and all the important positions were in the main held by men. And we tried to set about trying to effect changes. And we used Baroness Frecci, who is not in her place today, and from the crossbenchers. She played a very important role with public appointments in trying to get gender balance in this country, and she helped us within our union to try to get changes which would advance the interests of women. We did it mainly in the union by a quota system. Now, that was not particularly popular in certain quarters, and it's still not particularly popular in some areas where people say, no, we do it solely on the basis of our talent. We do not want any places reserving. Well, I think those of us who are here to hear the contribution earlier from Baroness Ainsley about how quotas have been working in Albania, and it's the only way in which women have been reflect on that, because I believe it is a class system. I think particularly quotas are strongly opposed by middle-class women and above, but the working class on the other side see them as an opportunity, so they should not be ruled out. And our use in the Labour Party of women list only for appointments has been, I think, a form of quota system which has produced wonderful results, and is one, I think, to be looked at by other parties, and I look around in this area, parties who as yet have not been able to produce a female leader. And I hope that within our own party it will not be long before we have a female leadership within the Labour Party, and we should look at the structures we have to ensure that women can continue to rise to the highest places within the organisation. In business, again, big changes are needed. Some changes have been effected. And I pay tribute to a man there, Lord Davis of Abersocky, who's worked very hard using the second system, which is available and open to us at targets. He's endeavoured to go for a 25% target for women to be on the boards of FTSEs, and a good deal of progress has been made there. So we've got quotas, we've got targets. I also like the concept of mentoring, which was mentioned earlier. I'm speaking today primarily because I've now got at the moment, through the good offices of the College of Royal Psychiatrists, the Royal College of Psychiatrists, I have a doctor working with me, a woman. And she has been spending the last 6 months with me working on mental health. She's taken me into new areas that I needed to explore. It's been good for me and for my development. And she has also been taking me back to some of the issues when I worked on equality with women and saying, you should speak in this debate that's coming Thursday. You should persuade some of your male colleagues to speak as well. Because like Baroness Father has said earlier in the debate, women alone will not achieve these changes. They need to get men on board with them to persuade the men of a sympathetic mind who will stand up with them, and then you will find you've got a majority. And it's through the majority that we can affect the changes that we need. We need changes still in the NHS, 77% women there. But the majority of the posts, the senior leadership in the NHS, that still falls to men. We look at the BBC, and we all know what's happening there. Again, women, major factor within BBC, but not holding all the posts, or as many of the posts that we should. Armed forces is the next area, which is popular in the eyes of the British public. Again, we listened to debates recently about whether or not the armed forces should permit part-time working. God almighty. We're still having debates on issues like that. We need to change it. Fourthly, a mention of the Queen. Outstanding. Think of the 3 monarchs in this country who you believe have made the most major contribution as the monarch. To my mind, it's 2 Elizabeths and a Victoria. When I think about the males, they're all recalled for the worst of reasons. And so there's something to be argued about the way that the hereditary system can also produce changes which are important to us. There is a lot of work to be done. I think primarily we see changes taking place that we're just not keeping abreast with. New international companies and communications, they are being run primarily by men who are not really accountable. Women are just not seen on the scene in those areas. We've had a change at the United Nations. Why didn't we have a woman, for the first time ever, in charge of the United Nations? And this is the kind of issue that women and all of us should be pressing for changes to spread other movement towards greater equality. But I think the areas where we have greatest influence on our lives at the moment is really from the culture and religion. And it's difficult to talk about these subjects here, but they have a massive influence on what happens with everyone's life, particularly in terms of equality and particularly in terms of women. And we look where the religion started, who led them, who sustained them in the main. You look at the Church of England, you see the battle they've had about women bishops there, but it's the women, in many respects, who keep the Church of England going, who are doing the hard work. And it applies in so many other religions. So within the religions, we need changes, we need greater opportunities, we need opportunities for greater equality to be found one way or another. And we need all to work together for that, men and women together. Alone, we do nothing, but together we can achieve much.
My Lords, as another one of the minority that is welcomed into this gathering, it's said that when we talk about female leadership, I can't but help reminisce that when I first got here, a huge chunk of that leadership was provided by one Baroness Sear. And I didn't mention her last time we had the debate on women's suffrage. But I think there's a military saying that anybody who takes the first step and says, "Follow me," is a more efficient leader than anybody who shouts forward, no matter how loudly. And the Baroness Sear not only took the first step, she shouted, "Follow me," with a very commanding tone. But just that is more of an aside than anything else. I was actually going to talk about something which I have been beaten to the punch to by the Noble Lord Pendry. That is women's sport. Now, women's sport is one of those areas where we all know it's there, I mean, it's getting better, but it's that old thing, but there's much more to do. But the main point I would take is the fact that sport tends to think of itself in its traditions, and it's how do you break out of those or adapt them that allows this new group in. And the new group is the slight majority in the population for most of the institutions and structures we're going through. But we do have an excellent example of how successful it can be if you give women in sport their little moment in the sun, and that's been provided by the Winter Olympics. The great success stories, the great failures were female. The drama was provided there. Elise Christie crashing out 3 times, great champion who hasn't quite delivered at the highest level. A defending champion coming back and defying the odds and reasserting herself. The struggle, the nearly of the curling. My lords, that provides the drama and the approach. And many people will probably, at least 1 or 2 people in this room, will be saying, but does sport matter? My lords, if you can think of a better way of expressing soft power and bringing nations together, I'm welcome to listen. Something that has that mass appeal, that brings people in together. I can't think of one. Something which is able to cross across in an understandable language of activity and unity and admiration of what somebody else does. Sport probably takes it all on. And to go back to Lord Pendray, I do remember that trip to South Africa because, remember, it was the Parliamentary Rugby World Cup? I was playing and you were looking very elegant in a blazer. By the way, my lords, if anybody's interested, we are still turning out. I still have my jersey. I would like to say it fits, but let's say I can still get into it. Anyway, with that aside, my lords, if you look at examples of where women's sport has taken off and gone through, if you look to the Olympics again, you find the perfect example where women's sport has lifted the whole of that sport in hockey. Women's hockey, with that gold medal, has actually done more to lift that sport than just about anything else I can think of. Women's football has done very well. My lords, I was kept up very late watching England in that contest. I forget the name of the actual tournament, but taking on the world's best in America. My lords, I probably was something of a jinx because I decided that I really couldn't stay up to watch the second half, and that's when they lost. But there again, I do support Scotland, so who cares? My lords, if you're going through, but they have made great steps. Rugby union has expanded its base and made sure it is reaching out to schools the whole time. Traditionally male sports, which are moving out. But hockey has done it. True for hockey, it's easier. Indeed, chatting to somebody, they said one of the great problems it is said in female sport is that changing facilities, they seem to be too primitive for women. It was said in hockey, I don't see that at all. Mind you, we built our clubs for women as well. Well, an old rugby union player takes a bow back and stare on that one. The fact of the matter is that you have to actually bring them in. But once you've done it, and if they're successful, or at least competitive, you will actually build up the whole sport. And the whole of hockey has actually taken a shot in the arm, provided by the females of its group. It has expanded it. And my lords, everybody knows that sport is actually a good social good, it's a medical good, an economic good. What's not to like? If the women can do that, we must encourage them. Now, all the sports I've spoken to about this have action going on here, my lords. They have things like the, inspired by government activity, 30% of your board's got to be female. But the real challenges are now coming in, not in recruitment, but in getting the structures underneath. My lords, the difficult area is getting the coaching side into it and making sure that we get better and more depth of female coaching. And you've really succeeded, my lords, when, to go back to football again, when it isn't a discussion about why haven't you got a man, then at a discussion I attended here, a breakfast meeting, when the FA basically had to say, we wanted a coach who was good enough. And as we couldn't get a woman coach, we take a man's coach because the quality of the coach at elite level sport, which, my lords, I think is pretty unanswerable, unfortunately. Unless you actually work on this, and government encourages this, you're actually not going to cross that thing about who is the leadership role. Who is the person who takes this on? Who is the person that goes through? And, my lords, there is virtually no reason why females cannot take over in male sport. What attitudes are being done here? My lords, once again, I have actually been coached by women in my time. and the incredibly formidable Margot Wells, when I was running around in the second team at London Scottish, was a person you did not mess with. And indeed, I remember cowering in a corner when she shouted at a large group of men for not eating enough for her training programme, an experience which most people in this room will not have been through, I think. But if you go through, they actually do have the capacity, if they're given the chance, if they're given the knowledge, if they're given the drive to get through. So what is the government doing to encourage these sports to make sure that their coaching and development programmes reflect this? I know there's work going on, they're looking internally, but what are we doing to help? If we don't do this, the hierarchical structure at the business end of the sport will always be dominated, or will be dominated for a much longer period of time. How are we going to encourage the leadership, the person who makes a decision, the person who picks the team and goes down, to make sure that that is a female, not only in female sport, but just often enough in male sport to make a difference? Because once you've done that, you have got very close to having full equality.
My lords, I have 3 young daughters. They're 7, 5 and 2. And when I made my maiden speech last year, my 7-year-old Anna wished me luck, and she asked me whether the men lords were allowed to make speeches as well, or whether they just had to sit there. So imagine my delight when I came in today to see that I was near the end of the list, but surrounded by noble men lords. And it's been a real joy to hear your speeches and all the other brilliant speeches by noble baronesses as well, of course. My then 4-year-old asked whether men were allowed to be Prime Minister, and I assured her that we've had a few. So there is indeed much to celebrate about the world today. And yet I do find myself sad that as my daughter's innocence slips away, so too will the notion that women are equally represented in Parliament and wider public life. But there is an even harder story to tell them. It's a story of violence and abuse faced by women and girls around the world, as we've heard. In many ways, this is a world I instinctively want to shield my girls from. But in fact, the main point that I want to make today is that we need to start around the world to have conversations about equality sooner rather than later, if the upcoming generation are going to have a chance of telling a better story. Of course, political regimes and legal frameworks drive ultimate outcomes, but these are themselves born of deeply ingrained cultural behaviours and beliefs about gender and the relationships between men and women who, of course, start off as girls and boys. My eldest daughter, the 7-year-old, knows now that Malala was shot on the school bus by the Taliban. The look of sheer bewilderment on the face of a 7-year-old who takes going to school completely and utterly for granted, although she was moaning as usual about it this morning, throws into sharp focus all over again the scale of the violence and injustice faced by Malala and millions like her. It's right that we celebrate the courage of women who have demanded and driven a change in attitudes, but we must also continue to be appalled that they have been forced to find this courage within themselves because of what they've faced simply as a result of being born female. We talk often about gender equality as though it is a women's issue, but what we need to talk about is the way in which girls and boys, men and women, live alongside each other in understanding and mutual support. And today I want to pay tribute to young men around the world as well, who are challenging accepted norms and power structures, including those involved in Plan International's Champion for Change project, which trains young men to become peer supporters, often using social media to converse with their peers and tackle entrenched attitudes about the roles of girls and women. I want to quote one of them. Luciano, who's 19 and part of Plan International Brazil's Goals for Peace project, said, "If we want to prevent women from suffering violence, children need to start learning why violence must not be tolerated from a young age." He explained, "I've witnessed violence in my house. My dad has violent traits and he picked this up from his father. It's cultural. I've decided that when I have children, my approach will be completely different." This caught my eye because I know the government is looking at the role of technology in delivering aid, and I do encourage a similar focus on the role of social media and technology in attitudinal change. While in the UK we can rightly be proud of our record driving progress on gender equality at home and abroad, we have no room for complacency. My Lords, we see ourselves as a forward-thinking nation, and yet we enable a culture in which young people can readily access images of violent, hardcore pornography and abuse. This goes beyond internet safeguarding. Again, it's about challenging attitudes before it's too late. I strongly support the government's focus on relationships through PSHE in schools, but respectful attitudes can't just sit in a silo. There is onus on everyone in public life and in the public eye to speak up and tell our young people, boys and girls, men and women, that some of the images they see of women online are not what women's bodies generally look like, and that much of what they can be exposed to seeing online is not sex, it is abuse. Turning to women in public life in the UK, during my time in Downing Street, I spent time working with my noble friends, Lord Maud of Horsham and Baroness Finn, at the time in the Cabinet Office, and a range of officials and advisers who did crucial work on the government's diversity plan. It was a privilege to be able to play a role in helping to increase the representation of women on public bodies and to hear some of their personal stories at the outreach events we organised. I'm very pleased to see that the number of women on public bodies has continued to increase, and I do urge the government to ensure momentum is maintained. But, my Lords, I also want us to learn from the problem we had to solve. The fact that many women told us that they were lacking in confidence, perhaps after time out to bring up children, or they didn't feel ready to take on senior roles despite ample experience. How did these highly intelligent women, with a wealth of experience, come to hold these beliefs about themselves? With this in mind, I was particularly shocked by a study from the University of Illinois that shows by the age of six, girls are more likely to attribute intelligence to men than to women. My Lords, if girls think this by the time they are 6, why are we only realising there's an issue by the time they are 26, 36 or 46 or older? Well, happily it is now in vogue, I can tell you, to tell little boys and girls all about historic female role models, and storybooks are thankfully moving away from the rescued by a handsome prince narrative. But this is all well and good until I reflect on the throwaway comments I regularly hear from men and women alike. When I tell them about my children, I'm a mother of 3 girls. They say, well, oh, you're going to have your hands full when they're teenagers because girls are so bitchy. My husband is told with apparent genuine sympathy that our house will be a mass of hormones and angst with 3 teenage girls and a menopausal woman. This is in the future. I've probably been guilty of saying something like that myself, though, because let's face it, it's ingrained in all of us. And I have to keep saying to myself that nothing is inevitable. I don't believe girls are instinctively bitchy. We're supposed to be the role models. So let us recognise that we need to challenge every throwaway assumption. Otherwise, the most powerful public campaigning messages are hollow. So I think we can support and learn from those inspiring young women and men who have faced oppression and abuse, but have become all the more determined to challenge assumptions and face down stigma. Let's celebrate today and share their optimism, but above all, let's make sure it is absolutely justified.
Yeah. My Lords, I thank the noble lady, Baroness Williams of Trafford, for initiating this debate. Press for Progress is a noble cause to drive gender equality forward and utilize the momentum of mass media coverage to push for change globally, in all countries, at all levels, and within all spheres of life. Today's debate on International Women's Day is particularly important, as over the years we have been talking about gender inequality, the pay gap, domestic violence, human trafficking, modern-day slavery, and sexual abuse against women and girls in areas of conflict by the powerful against the powerless. These are all uncivilized and barbaric practices that we are grappling with even in the 21st century. I'm sure your Lordship's House is as shocked as I am to observe that these atrocities are occurring so regularly, even after all our best efforts to contain them. A report published by the United Nations last year stated that gender inequality persists worldwide, depriving women and girls of their basic rights and opportunities. One of the key areas a lack of progress affects is our commitment to the SDGs, something that our government is firmly committed to delivering, both at home and around the world. To ensure we are delivering on the SDGs, there is a need for more than just DFID covering these points. There needs to be some coming together between the various organs of government to facilitate a cohesive process that keeps the commitment on track both at home and abroad. We have the Independent Commission on Aid Impact that monitors DFID's work and highlights areas of concern or where aims are not being met. But surely for something so important as the SDGs, which affect both home and abroad, there should be some form of consolidated approach from all departments in government. This is particularly so for Goal 5, that aims to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls, and has 9 target areas. One area of huge concern that affects many women, girls, and widows, and here I would like to declare an interest as founder and chairman of the Lumba Foundation, is violence against women and girls, including widows. The target is to eliminate all forms of violence against all women and girls in the public and private spheres, including trafficking and sexual and other types of exploitation. The conclusion of the MDGs and the launch of the SDGs speak volumes of the progress the world has made in the mission to eradicate poverty and the work that has yet to be done. Though the fight continues to educate and empower women and girls, the issue of widowhood remains underrepresented and unaddressed. Millions of widows suffer social marginalization, higher susceptibility to disease, the loss of their livelihood or their children, and the threat to death. To name a few of the experiences women and girls across the world must endure as a result of a tragic event over which they have no control, the death of their husbands. Sadly, widows are victims of double discrimination. They are women and they are widows. These grave injustices are most prominent in the developing world, thus becoming a critical absence in the development agenda. Not only have these women and girls been excluded from their own families and societies, but also the agendas of development experts and practitioners across the world who devote their careers to ensuring that no one is left behind. Many of these women and their dependents live a vicious cycle of poverty, unseen, and are most certainly left behind. We have made such strides in alleviating poverty since the inception of the MDGs, but not so much with stopping some of the terrible things that happen to women either in conflict or often in the security of their own home. There needs to be a step change in attitudes. We need to be doing more at an earlier stage. Whilst we are focusing on the education of girls, of which it is well documented, there are 64 million girls who are not in education globally. Perhaps we should be turning some of our attention to educating boys and ensuring that the message gets to them at an early age about what is and what is not acceptable behavior. It is really and truly only by bringing the other half of the population on board that we will make real progress. The UN, in collaboration with the EU, has instigated Spotlight Initiative, which aims to eliminate all forms of violence against women and girls by shining a light on these issues in order to make change happen. Is this something that DFID is also involved in? My Lords, press for progress is a huge challenge considering how slow progress has actually been. Only last month, to commemorate 100 years of the first Act of Parliament to allow certain women the vote, in this House, many peers, myself included, lamented the slow progress we ourselves are making in order to ensure women's voices are sufficiently heard at the highest level. My Lords, as we noted in that debate, women still have not gained equality in this House and the other place. With the recent revelations about pay inequality at the BBC, it would appear that we are only paying lip service to actually real gender equality. If we are to truly make progress, then we need to set an example. If we cannot do it ourselves, how can we ask of others that they do it? We really must get our own house in order first and ensure there is a gender equality here to improve matters for women and for their complete participation in the democratic process. And alongside this, bring in better education for boys so that they fully understand and take on board the message to allow real change and to make real progress. Finally, my Lords, I would like to take the opportunity to ask the Noble Lady, the Minister, what steps the government will take to stop paying lip service and do deeds in order to press progress for gender equality here and abroad.
My Lords, I too would like to pay tribute to the Noble Baroness Williams, the Minister, for initiating the debate and giving us, I think, a very good introduction. I'm part of the quota of men, by the way, and pleased to be so. I expected it to be a bit larger, I must admit. But I have to confess, in this historic year, I didn't... it was only recently that I learnt the nuanced difference between the suffragist and the suffragette movement, a gap in my political education. I'm not sure where I would have stood. I was reflecting on that. When they took the decision, no doubt, in a, I don't know whether it was a smoke-filled room or whatever, that somebody was going to slash the picture in the National Gallery. I might have asked for an amendment. Couldn't they just stick votes for women over it instead? But whether they'd have liked that, I don't know. But I do feel that we've had a fascinating debate, a welter of statistics. I've learnt a lot. I've been educated, which is always a good thing. I pay tribute to my noble friend Baroness Gale for reminding us, one, that it's a National Apprenticeship Week and telling us about the statistics on apprentices, a subject which you know I'm quite interested in. It's true to say, as she said, there are more women apprentices, but they're obviously, if you look where they are, they're in care, they're in hospitality, hairdressing, nursing, etc. If you look on the more highly paid side, when it's obvious we need more encouragement. And we need the ability, and there are successful women in IT, in engineering, we need the ability for those young women to go into every school and demonstrate as role models to their peers. And I have to say, and I'd welcome a comment from the Noble Minister when she replies, can she give an assurance that the government will insist that all secondary schools allow both apprentices and employers to come in and talk to their sixth form or the 16 and 17-year-olds and even earlier about the value of apprenticeships as another career path, not an alternative to an academic one. We certainly haven't achieved equality in the realm of pay, I would say, or even responsibility. I was reflecting back when I was the General Secretary of my union, and it was my good luck to have married someone who said to me, well, part of the contract is I want 2 children, and I'll let you know when I want to go back to work. Well, it's probably over 30 years ago now, so she's doing something exceedingly valuable, brought up the family. But it did give me the luxury of not having that responsibility. And I reflected on, unfortunately she's not here in the chamber today, my Deputy General Secretary, the Noble Baroness Drake, who, of course, who had to carry out that job and worry about looking after 3 young children. And possibly if she hadn't have had that responsibility, she would have been the General Secretary of the Union. So childcare, we know that the uptake of paternity leave is still woefully small. So most of the childcare responsibility is still falling on women. And I think they get a tough deal because so many more of them have to go out to work as well in today's society. Yes, she is in her seat, thank goodness. Noble Baroness Flather, I'm glad she brought up the subject of Sharia law. I agree with her absolutely. I can't help reflecting on the fact that we had a previous Right Reverend Primate, the Archbishop, recommending it, and today's one, fortunately, has gone away from that position, because I agree with her that it does discriminate against women and should have no part in our society. There are enough challenges that are faced, and we face a challenge in this society in ensuring that women do get a fair deal. I wanted also, when somebody mentioned female genital mutilation, now that we've made it clear where we stand on that, the Noble Baroness Rendell, who's not with us, but was a tireless campaigner on that issue. I do pay tribute to the government on the areas of equal pay and modern slavery, but reflecting on pay, I can't help looking at the difference in my son and daughter. My daughter is training to be a trainee advanced medical practitioner, somewhere between a nurse and a doctor. I'm not quite sure of the status. She's already done a 4-year degree to become a paramedic. She's doing an MSc now. She's on half the pay of her brother, who's got a nice number in IT. He works hard, but is that really equal pay for work of equal value? If I look at the training for a nurse, who's 4 years, and I look at the pay of a nurse, and I look at the pay of train drivers, have we really got... I don't see a 4-year training course there, and I don't cast any aspersions on the talent or the ability of train drivers. But we've still got a long way to go in our society, I think, in rewarding women for the value of the work that they do. I just want to focus briefly on some women that I've met recently who have made a huge impression on me. When I met, because I'm doing an industry and parliament trust on manufacturing, I happened to come across a company called Fashion Enter. It's a social enterprise. It's led by a woman called Jenny Holloway. She's invested a huge amount of her own money in it. She's created a company that actually manages to manufacture clothing in Haringey. She's got a phenomenal training scheme which draws in from a very local and diverse community and teaches them how to sew, make garments, cut patterns, and etc. So a fascinating enterprise. And as somebody who wrote a book recently who said she's not a CEO who pays herself large sums of money, far from it. She's invested what this title of a book called, she's invested her skin in the game, in other words. And I pay tribute to her. As I was going around the factory, I met a young Muslim woman there in a hijab, see? And I asked her what she did. And she said to me, well, I work in Savile Row. I'm a tailor. And I'd been to Savile Row, and I don't think I encountered many women there, and I certainly never encountered a Muslim woman. I said, what's your speciality? She said, well, I make coats. And I thought how that situation has changed there. I'm sure 10 years ago we wouldn't have seen hardly any women, and certainly not a young Muslim women. And it's a tribute to Jennifer Holloway that she has created an environment where people like that are able to prosper. I also met recently, I apologise for being absent from the chamber. I'm going to be quick because I went to the Gypsy Roman Traveller. They're having an event on that. And I met a traveller woman who taught her mother to read at the age of 11 and is now the Director of Learning and Skills in Derby. So there are some great achievements out there. I want to end on this one. And I congratulate Baroness Wild. I was fascinated by her contribution on her children, etc. We've all faced that challenge in different ways on whether the things that you say are intending to encourage the wrong sort of attitude. But she happened to mention Malala Yousafzai, and I'm grateful to that. What an astonishing young woman she is. Now, a few years ago, I suggested to this House that she should address Parliament. I have to say the response wasn't very good, and it was the noble Baroness Northover who I think had the unenviable task of telling me it couldn't be done because it would interrupt her education. If I've got the wrong person, if it wasn't you, I apologise. It wasn't you, well, I apologise. But somebody from the government benches said to me it couldn't be done because it would interrupt her education. And I groaned. Here we have this phenomenal role model, one of the most courageous young women you could ever wish to meet. If you want to influence young women in this country, if you want to influence young Muslim women in this country, that there is an alternative to going and joining ISIS, a really wonderful one, what a role model that is. Isn't it ironic that the youngest ever Nobel Prize winner, a Nobel Peace Prize winner, who amazingly in the year 2017 addressed the Canadian Parliament, but we haven't found the wisdom, the generosity, the understanding to give her that honour. And if I had one plea to the Nobel Minister who's replying, that could she take that issue away again and perhaps give a more considered and sympathetic response, which I think would be make a real contribution to young women in this country.
My Lords, we have much to celebrate today, as well as the opportunity to point out that there's more to be done in this country and indeed globally. And it was good to hear from my noble friend Lady Williams at the outset about the government's programme. But looking for a moment at the past, the United Kingdom can, I think, be proud of the fact that we set up the Equal Opportunities Commission in 1975, which achieved a great deal under the inspired chairmanship, or should I say chairwomanship, of the noble Baroness Lady Lockwood, and whose deputy was indeed the noble Baroness Lady Howe of Idlecott. Not only did this spur on the process of improving the status of women in this country, but it served as a blueprint for other countries. Today's debate has been compelling and informative, and has proved that these issues can bring political parties to work together for the greater good. And it reminds me that my late sister Angela, who was then the chief woman executive at Conservative Central Office, had regular contact with her opposite number at Transport House, none other than the noble Baroness Lady Gould of Potter Newton. That was during the 70s and 80s, and look how things have moved on since then. But, my Lords, I also wish to record my thanks to the Library and to all the outside organisations which have sent in really useful briefings on what's happening and what ought to happen in this country, putting forward ideas, for example, to encourage young women and to bring more women into public life. Local government is an important starting point for many women embarking on a political career. Indeed, looking around your Lordship's house, this is obviously a successful route. And although we still form only 26%, I believe it is, of the total membership of the House of Lords, anyone following our debates or looking at the front benches would be surprised, since women members are so active and contribute so much.
We've only to think of my noble friend Lady Trumpington, or indeed the first woman leader of your Lordship's House, Baroness Young, not to mention my noble friend Lady Williams, to see shining examples of women who've moved from local government to the front bench. My Lords, I intend to focus mostly on the international aspects of this debate and can start by continuing with this theme of local government. In developing countries, it's certainly a way forward to encourage women to commit to their local communities, to be able to work close to their homes and in a way that impacts on their daily lives. Only yesterday I learnt that in Ethiopia already over 50% of elected local councillors are now women, and that this has led to some 38% representation in the regional government. And although the federal parliament has a much lower representation, things are clearly moving in the right direction. Similarly, in Saudi Arabia, now much in the news because of the Crown Prince's visit, the first breakthrough for women actually came 2 years ago when women were permitted both to vote in local elections and stand as candidates. These examples illustrate success, and I believe the United Kingdom should support activities and education in this area through its development aid programme to enable us to fulfil our commitment to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and in particular the 9 targets of Goal 5. My Lords, I also wish to draw attention to the valuable work of the Interparliamentary Union, the IPU, and of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, the CPA, in this area. Both these organizations currently have women chairmen. Gabriela Cuevas, a Mexican senator, now leads the IPU, and only last week at the Pre-Chogam Parliamentary Forum held here in London, the CPA chairman, the Honourable Emilia Lifaka, the Deputy Speaker of the Cameroon Parliament, was presiding over sessions. Both organisations have ad hoc committees concerned with women's roles in public life and women's issues generally. And as a member of the executive committee of the British group of the IPU, in a few weeks' time, I shall be at the IPU meetings in Geneva, where we'll be considering the ways in which the IPU can work to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in this respect. So I shall now be able to quote today's debate and suggestions from this debate in my contribution to those discussions. A rather useful form of recycling, I think. But turning now to Latin America, I'm delighted to say, and this has been referred to, that women's parliamentary representation in the Americas has risen to 28.4% overall. The trailblazers were Argentina with some 38% increase, Chile 22.6%, and Ecuador again 38%. These are countries that devised progressive legislation to promote women's political leadership, resulting in the increased female representation, and it's an interesting and important fact to note. We've also seen women presidents elected and re-elected in Chile, Argentina, and Central America. And between 2013 and 2015, the region boasted the largest number of female heads of state in the world. However, by the end of 2017, there were none, which bears out what my noble friend Lady Jenkins said earlier, that in spite of success, it still feels very fragile. But in London, I must mention that we can still say that we have one of the largest groups of women ambassadors coming from the region, currently from El Salvador, Nicaragua, Paraguay, and Peru. But the fact remains that there are still many women throughout Latin America, particularly from indigenous groups, who suffer from many of the injustices that have been outlined today, particularly well, I believe, by the noble Baroness Lady Northover. Health has been emphasised, and I would add land ownership rights to that list as a means of resolving the economic security of women and it's particularly relevant to rural communities. Which leads me to my final point. Of an example of what can be achieved, I would like to describe a microfinance project that I've been involved with, which started in Bolivia and has since spread throughout Latin America with great success. It's named Pro Mujer, for women. Not only do we have a 98% success rate in the repayment of the small loans made to who are, in many cases, single-parent, head of household women, but also we've developed the project to offer the opportunity of health checks at the same time as the loan is being processed. This is enjoying a high acceptance rate and is a relatively simple way of solving what is, in fact, a huge need. So, my Lord, the world is changing so rapidly that it's easy to see change continuing at an ever-increasing pace, and let's hope so. The important thing, in my view, is not so much equality, but equal opportunity, and if necessary, equal opportunity to be unequal.
My Lord, it's been an absolutely fascinating afternoon. There have been so many wide-ranging, varied speeches. It's almost impossible, I think, to summarise, and I wish the Minister well. Particularly from men lords as well as women lords, according to Baroness Wild's daughter, and the point she makes about how we bring up our daughters and our sons, and several honourable lords noble lords have mentioned that, and I think it's so hugely important, and it's something it's incumbent on all of us. So I'd like to apologise to anyone that I don't mention. But I've enjoyed every single contribution this afternoon. They've all taught me something that I didn't know before. Contributions from Baroness Hussein-Eche, Udin and Flather have talked about the challenges facing BAME women, and Baroness Barker, my noble friend, on LGBT women. Young women and gender stereotypes were, especially as they go into apprenticeships, covered with very great interest by Baroness Gale. Sexual harassment and the fight back, the Me Too movement. Several noble lords mentioned that, but notably my noble friend Baroness Northover. Health and education has rightly featured strongly. Baroness Tong talking about decriminalising the 1967 Abortion Act, and Baroness Jenkin talking about education being the key to health, happiness and wealth. Baroness Healy talked about the plight of detainees in Yar's Wood, and I think good for her in speaking up for them. They are some of the people who are most disadvantaged and in the worst position in British society today. Lots have been personal tributes to mothers, Baroness Browning and Lord Brooke, and I'd like to join them as well, and my mum encouraged me to believe I could be anything that I wanted to be, but I don't think she ever thought I'd end up in this place. She's still pinching herself. The trade union movement and their contribution has been spoken of warmly. Particular tribute to Baroness Donaghy and the long service that she's given to them and to this place, and of course to Lord Brooke. And on working together, we've heard from Lord Loomba talking about the work of his charity on violence against women and girls, and indeed many noble members have spoken about that, and also widows. And Baroness Hooper's talked about the interparliamentary union and cooperation through the IPU and the CPA. And I'll be interested to hear the Minister's response to Baroness Hodgson's question about why the government hasn't sent a nominee to CEDAW. We've had a lot on women's sport. Lord Addington talking about the drama, the professionalism and the soft power that's to be had in women's sport, and Lord Pendry and his talk about This Girl Can. Baroness Barker can, and I can too. I'm still dead slow, but still lapping everybody on the sofa. So we've had a lot of discussions about other areas. Baroness Mackenzie has talked about Albania, and Baroness Mansour talking about Pakistan. And in fact, last December I went as a volunteer to Karachi to support the work of VSO for their celebration of women in the UN's 16 Days of Activism against violence against women, working with the police and others to publicise their efforts to encourage abused women to come forward and to report their abusers. And there's a whole culture change going on, particularly in Sindh province, which was where I was. And I met some incredibly inspirational characters like Majida Razani, a Supreme Court judge who succeeded in getting the laws on rape changed. And before her long campaign, in order to secure a conviction for rape, there had to be 4 male witnesses, my lords. So that just shows you how far they've actually come. My lords, we in this place are in a highly privileged position. We can open doors and use our diplomatic skills to put pressure on those who have the power over women's lives at home and abroad. A country which is arguably much worse in its treatment is to the women of Papua New Guinea and the islands around it, where the bride price is extorted from families who want a marriage for a son. But the presence of companies extracting mineral wealth has distorted and inflated the bride price market. And where once payment would have been in shells, a beautiful way to trade before other forms of currency were introduced, today the monetary wealth that working for refineries has brought has caused the bride price to skyrocket. So leaving aside the lack of say a girl is likely to have in the matter, having laid out a huge amount of money to buy their bride, many families feel justified in treating her literally like a slave. Our parliamentary group, which was extremely ably led by Baroness Taylor of Bolton, was treated with great honour, but I fear that our entreaties and remonstrations fell largely on deaf ears. What people say and what they do are sadly often different when it comes to relinquishing power. So how bad are things in the world today? Baroness Browning has referred to the international measure of the gender gap, which incorporates disparities in health, education, economics and politics, which has assessed that the global gender gap is 68%. In Britain, it's 33%, and we ranked 15 out of 144 countries for gender parity. Women in Britain are still being treated twice as well as the average country, but a third less well than the men here in the United Kingdom. So if we are meant to be grateful for this statistic, my lords, I can tell you we are not. And never mind for a moment about the rest of the planet. You know, on this little part of it, which is under our control, we are failing women. So what should we be doing about it? The first thing which I believe will affect change is to have as many women sitting around the table making decisions as men. In Parliament, we are making great strides in increasing the number of women parliamentarians, as several noble colleagues have mentioned. Labour's policy of all-women shortlists has helped enormously, and I'm delighted to say that this is now being introduced in the Liberal Democrats, and about time too, if I may say so. Despite the remarks of the noble Minister Baroness Williams, currently there are still only 6 women in the Cabinet. including the Prime Minister, which is 26% of 23 cabinet posts. So we have a way to go, is all I'm saying, although I applaud all the strides that have been made, and it would be very churlish not to do so. So having a woman as a Prime Minister isn't quite good enough when only a quarter of the cabinet is female, and I do note that Mrs Thatcher did the same, with only one woman in her cabinet apart from herself. In the workplace, women are still severely underrepresented in any job that involves decision-making, and receive less pay than their male counterparts, even when they do succeed, usually at great personal cost, to break through the glass ceiling. But one piece of government legislation conceived in the coalition and implemented by this Conservative government is making companies look very seriously at how they reward talent. I speak of the requirement to report in the gender pay gap, already mentioned several times. I'm already being approached by companies who want to tell me all about their pay gap results, get them out there and justify them before being forced to publish them in April. Our overall gender pay gap stands 18.4% in favour of men. But I do know of at least one large construction company which has been prompted to fundamentally rethink their pay structures and how they value work. So what should Parliament do? Women are held back by the lack of affordable childcare. That's nothing new, we all know that. That's probably the number one issue, I would say, for us. Strides have been made in the provision of free childcare and making fees tax deductible in recent years. But that's still not enough, my lords. And for women in lower paid occupations, the economics of working with small children just don't stack up. And even with children of school age, the benefits can be marginal. We have to do something. It's the one fundamental thing that would change the balance. I've talked about shared parental leave in the context of what business should do already, and really it is up to business to change culture. Parliament, however, can give them a nudge, and this has proved so successful in pay gap reporting. Naming, and by implication shaming, companies has two functions. Firstly, it makes you think about the policies they are operating compared with others, and a bit of healthy competition in the we're better, stroke, more compassionate, stroke, more enlightened employer than you works wonders. And secondly, of course, what you don't measure, you can't manage. So for a start, what about requiring the publication of companies over a certain size to publish their maternity and paternity pay policy? From the Liberal Democrat benches, we have put forward several proposals. Upskirting should be a criminal offence. Period poverty, several noble lords have worked on that, and we're looking forward to perhaps some response from the government on that one. Gender-neutral school clothing, making sexual harassment outside of work illegal, improving knowledge against employers. Amongst employers, it's illegal to ask women if they plan to have children, but a lot of employers don't know that. Change the rules so that men can register children's births if they are not married to the mother. That seems a very sensible and sane thing to me, especially if the mother is unwell. It's a partnership, after all. And finally, change the name from the House of Lords to the House of Peers. So that makes it a lot more gender equal. Oh, and finally, set a date for the Gender Recognition Act and changes and progress after the consultation is complete. And if I can pray the patience of the House for 1 second, I just want to talk about this lapel badge I've got. This is a spoon for anyone who can't actually see it. My lot know all about it because I've been on about it for a while, but there's a charity called Karma Nirvana which works very hard against forced marriage, and Part of their charitable work is they advise police, the airport authorities, schools. And if someone is absolutely desperate and they fear they are being taken abroad for a forced marriage, then what they should do is pop a spoon into their underwear. And that way, they will then be taken through this. When they go through the security, they will be stopped. They'll be taken into a room separate on their own and able to express their concerns and their fears. Anyone else who would like to know about Karma Brana and the wonderful work of Jasvinder Singera, please see me afterwards. Thank you very much.
My Lords, I think we've had a great debate again today. I congratulate the Noble Baroness Williams, for getting us off to a brilliant start. And as usual, the range of challenges and indeed celebrations characterised this International Women's Day debate. I think I want to mention two sort of internal parliamentary things we need to celebrate, which haven't been mentioned so far. And that, of course, is that we have our first woman Black Rod in 600 years here in our own house. And also, we can also celebrate the fact that the chairman of the press gallery and the chairman of the lobby are both women. They are Kate McCann and Emily Ashton. And they issued a press release today, and I'm not going to read it all out to you, but it starts by saying, top female lobby journalists say, I quote, "We need to show it's not an all-boys club on International Women's Day." Well, hear to that, and congratulations to them. I think I like the Noble Lady, but I'm not going to try to cover everything that everybody said, but there are a couple of things which I think are worth mentioning. I certainly support my noble friend Lord Young in his remarks about Malala and the fact that her addressing both Houses of Parliament would be a really great thing to do. I actually don't think it's the government's job to organise that, though. I think it's Parliament's job to organise that. So I hope what I can do is invite the Noble Lord, the Noble Lady, the Minister, to support us in that ambition. But I think that I would exonerate her from actually having to deliver it. I think we need to talk to, the two speakers and others to help us to do that. I particularly enjoyed the Noble Lady Baroness Allen's speech about Albania, about which I really didn't know very much and haven't thought very much, and I thought that was absolutely fascinating. And I also enjoyed Lady Northover's speech about who would have thought, all those who would have thought, and quite right too. And Baroness Jenkins, quite right, our gains are fragile, and we have to fight to protect all of them all the way through. And my noble friend Baroness Donaghy, who said that whose devastating appraisal was, of course, as usual, devastating and quite correct. I enjoyed enormously Baroness Browning's Oscar speech. Quite right. And to the Noble Lady Baroness Hodgson, I'd just say that she's quite right to ask the question about CEDAW. However, if I might just say, the coalition government abolished the National Women's Commission, which was actually the main organisation that collected the views of British women to take to CEDAW. So my question would be, she's right, so what are we going to do about that? And the Noble Lady Baroness Barker, of course, is quite right and has my support in bringing forward the gender recognition bill. And it's going to be an important moment for a group who are small but very have a very hard time, as she said. And I've always thought in the House of Lords that part of our job is actually to champion those people and those groups who have maybe quite small in number, but actually have the most difficult time and are discriminated against. I think the Noble Lady Baroness Bird was right when she started off by reminding us that the World Economic Forum find that the UK has a gender gap of 33% overall and is ranked 15th out of 144 countries. In all of the indices about the indexes of economic empowerment and opportunity, I think that we could probably say C plus, could do better, is the sort of grading that we are approaching. And I think most people would agree with that. And I think we need to ask why, until all of those economic indices, we don't do as well as we should. And I'd like to make a suggestion of something that we might consider. And I say this in tribute to the Women's Budget Group of feminist economists, because that's about how do we measure economic activity. We can see quite plainly the way the GDP is measured, taking into account the value produced through wage labour, but not through unpaid domestic care work carried out predominantly by women in the home, even though all are essential to a well-functioning economy. And indeed, proponents of feminist economics argue that in terms of methodology and focus, modern economics is too centred around men, with women's contribution to the economy routinely ignored. From a political perspective, my lords, feminist economics is economics that focuses on what is needed to produce a gender-equal society. And it argues that because modern economics is built around the idea of the economic man, it's ideologically weighted towards normalising men's lives and subsequently ignoring the experience of women. Now, I think this is important, and I think that we cannot expect models that are based on the economic man to understand or even notice gender inequalities, let alone create policies to alleviate them. So I wondered if the Noble Lady the Minister would care to raise this with her honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer and the Prime Minister, and perhaps suggest that the Treasury might take account of this when they are thinking about the impact of their economic policies. And it is important, is this, because whilst there's been progress on some aspects of gender equality, women still experience structural inequality throughout their lives. For example, an independent research carried out before Christmas revealed that women have borne 86% of the impact of austerity, largely through lost services and the changes to the tax and benefit system. Now, were we measuring things differently, we would come to a different conclusion about that. This morning I was privileged to attend an International Women's Day conference organised by Unity Bank and the Employee Ownership Association. And what we were addressing there was the empowerment of women across the world through employee ownership, social enterprise, cooperatives, profit-for-purpose businesses. And by the way, in cooperatives, women have an eight times more likelihood to be the chair than a FTSE 100 company. And a recent report from the British Council looked at social enterprise and women's empowerment across the world and finds that 75% of women who start a social enterprise said it had given them an increased sense of self-worth, and 64% reported enhanced confidence. Such empowered women, social entrepreneurs, provide crucial role models for the next generation. So I congratulate the support that the FCO and DFID have been giving to the British Council in the Social Enterprise Programme, and I hope that they will continue doing so. And yesterday, and we've all been going to lots of celebrations of International Women's Day, but yesterday I attended the launch of What Women Want too. I remember, and I'm sure other noble lords will probably remember, in 1996 we had the What Women Want survey, which was linked to the Beijing United Nations Women's Conference. I took part in that at the time, and it had a great impact. I mean, because 10,000 women took part in this survey, and the same thing has happened again. And of course, with social media, it has a huge digital discourse. What's fascinating is the results mirror almost exactly what women were asking for in 1996, which must make us pause to wonder why there is so much unfinished business. Equal rights, equal pay, respect, a child and carer-friendly working world, end to pornography, rape culture, more women in politics, more women running big organisations and companies, and a safe, peaceful world for our children and the ones we love. Very much the same as 1996, but the difference, I think, now is that this new wave of feminists, and of course in 1996 it was still quite unfashionable to call yourself a feminist, are not only saying that this is what women want, they're also saying that this is what women believe they deserve. And I took great encouragement from the huge and diverse hundreds of women who came to Parliament yesterday. So I want to finish, though, because I'm a health spokesperson, I wanted to raise an issue about women's health. And the issue I want to raise is to do with women and mental health, because in 2003 we had an excellent women and mental health strategy. It was archived in 2011 by the coalition government, which I think is a great shame. And so I think it's important. Poor mental health amongst women has increased, with 1 in 5 now experiencing common mental health problems like anxiety and depression. That's compared to 1 in 8 of men. Young women are the most at-risk group, experiencing alarmingly high rates of self-harm, eating disorders and PTSD. Women's mental health is closely linked to their experiences of violence and abuse, which would not be surprising. Many women struggle to get the support they need from the mental health services. Agenda, which is a women's organisation supporting women and girls at risk of abuse, poverty, mental health and homelessness, found that women and girls are regularly and repeatedly restrained in mental health settings despite the risk of re-traumatising women who've already experienced violence and abuse. I think I'd ask the Noble Lady, the Minister, to tell us, if not now, perhaps she could ask her noble friend, maybe Lord O'Shaughnessy, about what steps are being taken to respond to women's mental health needs and tackle the rise in mental ill health amongst women. And really, isn't it time that we need a new women and mental health strategy?
My Lords, the theme of International Women's Day this year is Press for Progress, and I have been struck by the amazing examples of progress in many of the contributions today. Similarly, as many noble lords have noted, there is more, much more, that needs to be done. The noble lady Baroness Northover highlighted so many shocking and astonishing examples. I will have to have a word with my husband tonight about whether he'd give me a kidney. My noble friend Baroness Browning My noble friend Baroness Browning enthralled us with her contribution about culture, and Baroness Thornton has just expanded our understanding of economics. It is all so much food for thought, and from all the contributors, my heartfelt thanks, and there are far too many to mention. And of course it has been mentioned by many, but it would be remiss of me if I missed it out, and that is the vote. It is just 100 years. That is just about 4 generations when women, albeit not all women, were granted the right to vote. And since then, other courageous and inspirational women from all sides of politics have blazed the trail that has got us to where we are today. We have our 2nd female Prime Minister, our 3rd female Home Secretary, almost 1/3 of government posts are currently filled by women, and so many more, as mentioned by my noble friend Baroness Jenkin and the noble lady Baroness Thornton. And some of the campaigners of 100 years ago have their names written forever in history. Emmeline Pankhurst, Millicent Fawcett, Emily Wilding Dowler, and of course Princess Sophia Duleep Singh, mentioned by my noble friend Lord Surrey, and I know that she's been mentioned in your Lordship's house before. And a great many more have not achieved national recognition or indeed perhaps notoriety, and we may never know their names. They were just ordinary women doing their bit to challenge injustice. And my Lords, it was 40 years after women gained the right to vote and to become MPs that they were able to sit as life peers in your Lordship's house. In 1958, just 60 years ago, and within the living memory of some noble lords, Baroness Swanborough became the first female peer to take her seat. Since then, 294 female life peers have been created. There are 203 female life peers in your Lordship's house. That means 7 out of 10 peers ever created are still here. Lord Limber talked about getting our own house in order, and so I had a quick look. My Lords, I've been in your Lordship's house for 18 months, and indeed made my my debate debut at the dispatch box in this debate exactly a year ago. Of 14 political appointments, of which I was one of them 18 months ago, 8 of us were women. That was more than half. So the former Prime Minister, my right honourable friend David Cameron, is a man of deeds and not words when it came to women's representation. This is the most diverse Parliament in British history, with the highest number of women MPs ever. Women make up 32% of all MPs, up from 22% in 2010. But compare that to countries as diverse as Senegal, 41.8% women, and Norway, 41.4% women. We must and we can do better. We must use the examples of all courageous and inspirational women to galvanise women and girls, including those from the BAME communities, as mentioned by Baroness Hussein-Etchi, Baroness Udin and my noble friend Baroness Mansour. We must use our voices and have a say over what our future looks like. Since 2010, the government has been making a real difference to press for progress for women. There are 1.48 million more women in employment since May 2010, and the employment rate remains at a joint record high of 70.8%. What's more, the full-time gender pay gap, which has been mentioned by many Labour lords, including the noble Baroness Lady Burt, has fallen to a record low of 9.1%, and the overall gender pay gap has fallen from 27.5% in 1997 to 18.4%. Our groundbreaking gender pay gap reporting legislation, as mentioned by Baroness Donaghy, Lord Young, of Norwood Green, will encourage employers to take responsibility and to take positive steps to close the gap even further. Now, my lords, the deadline is approaching, and I'm sure that all noble lords are very excited by this. And I do know, and I can share with noble lords, that many times more companies have registered than have already submitted their data. So time will tell. I remain positive. I do know that companies leave things to the last minute, as we always know. So let's keep an eye on that and see how we do. We are championing female representation at all levels, an issue that's mentioned by the noble Lord Brooke. Through the Hampton-Alexander Review and the Women's Business Council, we are supporting businesses to get more women into senior leadership positions. We recently launched the national campaign to promote and increase the uptake of shared parental leave, and 97% of all UK workforces now offer some form of flexible working. The noble Lady Baroness Burt mentioned childcare, and as a mother, I would agree with the noble lady. It is one of the biggest challenges that any family faces when they're deciding how they're deciding to structure their family going forward. My lords, we have doubled free childcare for working parents of 3- and 4-year-olds, and we have introduced tax-free childcare to help working families. My lords, we have had a wide-ranging debate today, and the noble Lord Pendry gave us a stunning tour de force of the world of women in sport. He paid tribute to my right honourable friend Tracy Crouch in the other place, as in her role as Minister for Sport, and I would completely agree with him. And he talked about Sport England and the This Girl Can campaign. This Girl Can too, but only very occasionally because I'm usually too busy. But in terms of This Girl Can, over 11,000 organisations have registered, which I think is a great step forward. And I'm sure that the noble Lord Pendry will agree with the noble Lord Addington and indeed me that we now have some more superstar sporting heroes and role models that have come out of the Winter Olympics, including, of course, Lizzie Yarnold and Elise Christie for the way that she faced up to the challenges that she had. Lord Addington also spoke about the benefits of sport and the action being taken. And I do note his question on coaches, and if he'll forgive me, I would like to write to him a bit further with that when I have the full facts at my fingertips. Turning to my noble friend, Lady Mansour, she spoke very movingly about a crime of the past that is still a crime of the present: sexual abuse, rape and grooming. This was also mentioned by Lady Wilde. My lords, large-scale sexual abuse and grooming in our cities must be tackled, and indeed it must be stopped. The noble Lady Baroness Gale spoke about sexual harassment in schools, and the government is taking concrete action. We are working to make relationship and sex education mandatory in secondary schools and relationship education mandatory in primary schools. And the DfE is busy too, improving guidance available to schools. So there will be publishing specific guidance on child-on-child sexual harassment and sexual violence, revising the DfE bullying guidance, and consulting on proposals to strengthen the statutory safeguarding guidance, keeping children safe in education. Those changes should come into effect in September 2018. So, my lords, the government is not hanging around. The DfE is ensuring that all expert views are reflected, including through an expert advisory group, as mentioned by the noble Baroness, and wide consultation on both the content of the sex education programme and also keeping children safe in education. The Noble Lady Baroness Gale also spoke about the domestic abuse consultation launched by Her Majesty's Government today. And she mentioned why she felt that the bill was solely focused on criminal justice, a criminal justice approach. The government is committed to doing everything it can to end domestic violence, and the consultation seeks views on all sides, so from legislative and non-legislative action. And we need to look at the different things that the government can be doing to tackle this devastating abuse. And the consultation and the proposals for the domestic abuse bill are all about intervening early so that we can get people the support they need. We have made clear in the consultation document our commitment to review funding for safe accommodation, including refugees. This is why we are conducting the most thorough review of domestic abuse services we have ever undertaken to make sure that we get this absolutely right. The Noble Lady Baroness Thornton mentioned mental health, and this is an area which is very close to my heart, having worked in mental health provision in the past. The government is committed to achieving parity of esteem for mental health. I am proud of our achievements. We have invested more than ever before in mental health, with spending estimated to have increased to £11.6 billion. Additional investment to improve services for eating disorders, which, as we know, disproportionately affect women. And we've introduced the first waiting time standards for mental health. Turning to the topic of apprenticeships, which was raised by the Noble Lady Baroness Gale and Lord Young of Norwood Green, we are using the Employer Apprenticeships Diversity Champions Network to champion gender representation in industries where improvement is needed. And also the recently published Careers Guidance, Careers Strategy includes a commitment to ensuring that STEM encounters, I think that just means meetings with people from STEM organisations, such as employers and apprenticeships, there we go, are built into the school career programme by updating the statutory guidance. Baroness Gale also mentioned encouraging women into STEM and engineer, and as a former engineer myself, I think that this is a great thing. And this year is the year of engineering. There are many programmes that we have already invested in to encourage the take-up of STEM-related subjects and courses, and we announced substantial spending commitments in the autumn budget 2017 on maths, on digital, and, of course, on technical education and the T-levels, and I think those will be very important. Baroness Hussein Etchi mentioned BAME and also women, and also the particular challenges that they can face. And, my lords, we are committed to addressing these issues. In October 2017, the government published the Race Disparity Audit, showing how people of different ethnicities are treated across public services, and we have begun a programme of work to tackle some of the disparities with targeted action in employment, education and the criminal justice system. Baroness Healy mentioned women in detention at Yarl's Wood. My lords, we are committed to treating women who seek protection with dignity and respect. We take our responsibilities towards detainees' health and welfare seriously. We have worked closely with partners, including Asylum Aid, the Refugee Council and UNHCR, on a range of initiatives to ensure gender sensitivity is embedded into the asylum process. My lords, I think the last area that I would like to mention on domestic matters is the Noble Lady Baroness Barker spoke about the reform of the Gender Recognition Act. Indeed, I think I've heard her mention this previously in the past, and I would encourage her to keep going. We have already, the government has already begun engaging with a wide range of people and organisations, including LGBT groups and women's groups. And I would like to reassure her that we are standing firm, and we will bring forward consultation shortly. But it's not just at home where we are pressing for progress. The UK is an international leader on gender equality. We have brought critical issues such as sexual and reproductive health and rights, female genital mutilation, and child and early forced marriage to the world stage. The Noble Lord, Lord Lumber, called some of these practices uncivilised and barbaric, and I would agree with him. And the Noble Baroness Lady Northover and Baroness Tong graciously mentioned the good work done by DFID over many years. And indeed, many of these issues were indeed raised by the Noble Lady Baroness Tong in her contribution. We have been able to leverage groundbreaking international partnerships and commitments. A good example of this is our instrumental role in securing the inclusion of Global Goal 5 on gender equality and ensuring that gender equality is mainstreamed across all the other goals. Since 2014, the Department for International Development has had pioneering legislation in place that required the government to consider gender equality in all of our development and our humanitarian aid. Our leadership puts us at the forefront of global efforts to demand rights for women and girls and is a key feature of global Britain. Key to this, we work across government to achieve the best development, diplomatic, defence and trade approaches to achieve maximum impact for women and girls. And I hope that the Noble Lord, Lord Lumba, will feel reassured that there is indeed cross-departmental action. A good example of this is our cross-departmental government strategy on ending violence against women and girls. And I would like to pay tribute to the Noble Lord, Lord Lumba for his work in this area, particularly highlighting the plight of widows and indeed highlighting the Spotlight initiative. In January, the government launched our new UK National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security, which has 9 focus countries, many of which we've discussed in the Chamber today. They include Afghanistan, the DRC, South Sudan and Syria. It puts women and girls at the heart of our cross-government work to prevent and resolve conflict and focuses on diplomacy, development and peace. And as my noble friend Lady Hodgson noted, we absolutely know that in peace processes where women are able to exert strong influence, it is much more likely that an agreement will be reached and implemented, and the peace is 35% more likely to last for 15 years. This is why the UK has provided around $2 million to the Women's Peace and Humanitarian Fund to enhance the capacity of local women to prevent conflict, respond to crises and emergencies, and seize key peace-building opportunities. We work across government to deliver strong gender equality messages and secure progressive languages, for example, through the G7 and the G20. Education was mentioned by many noble lords as a priority. And my lords, between 2015 and 2017, DFID supported 7.1 million children to get an education. That included 3.3 million girls. In April, we will collectively strive for a commitment at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting to 12 years of quality education for all girls across the Commonwealth. The Noble Lady Baroness Barker mentioned LGBT issues and the Commonwealth. My Lords, my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, has spoken about the UK's special responsibility to help change hearts and minds and is committed to ensuring LGBT issues are discussed at the Commonwealth Summit. And I hear what she said about the evidence being gathered about the costs of discrimination and look forward to seeing it when it's available. My noble friend Lady Hodgson mentioned a variety of issues, including preventing sexual violence in conflict, that initiative which was set up in 2012. And the UK has committed over £40 million to this initiative since it was founded. We have supported 23 projects in 14 countries in this year alone, and over 17,000 police and military personnel have been trained. She will be very pleased to hear, there she is, that the UK plans to host another PSVI summit to continue with the momentum that we have, and it will take place in 2019. The Baroness Hodgson and I think a number of other contributors mentioned CEDAW. The UK strongly supports CEDAW and believes that it is an effective treaty monitoring body and is one of the best mechanisms to promote women's rights around the world. And indeed, the government does engage with CEDAW and submitted its 8th periodic report to the UN CEDAW Committee in 2017, which highlights the UK's record on gender equality. Now, my lords, a range of factors are considered before making a decision about UK representation on bodies such as CEDAW, and sometimes this means making difficult decisions about which bodies to seek election for. The government is considering carefully whether to nominate a candidate for the 2020 election. I'd like to turn briefly to the comment that my noble friend Lord Surrey made about I'd like to thank him for his ideas and his thoughts on the activities of NGOs overseas, and particularly on the potential unwelcome behaviour by certain members of staff. And on the 12th of February, the DFID Secretary of State wrote to all UK charities which directly receive UK aid, asking them to provide full assurances that they have sufficient safeguarding measures in place. Of these returns, DFID have made 26 serious incident reports to the Charity Commission. And at the Safeguarding Summit on the 5th of March, DFID Secretary of State also put in place new, enhanced and specific safeguarding standards for all organisations that are recipients of UK aid. I'd like to pay tribute to Baroness Hooper for her work with the Interparliamentary Union. It is very interesting, is it not, to hear about women in local government. Often we talk about women in national government, and it's very heartening to hear that women are active in local government, and indeed it is disappointing to hear that progress at a national level is actually slightly slowing. We will obviously continue to support that work. I think I may just have time to address the comments of the Noble Baroness Tong. I pay tribute to her tenacious campaigning, actually, in this area over the years. I know she's done a lot of work. The UK firmly believes that supporting comprehensive sexual and reproductive health and rights of women and girls on the issue of safe abortion, our position is absolutely clear. Research shows that restricting access to abortion does not make abortions less common, just less safe. The UK will continue to show global health leadership in this area. We all know that there is still a way to go before we achieve gender equality. In the UK...
Before the Noble Lady sits down, and I was looking at the clock, if you can at least comment on Malala Yousafzai, whether I'm not expecting you to deal with it, but at least some comment.
It would be a superb idea. I had her speak at a conference that I organised in 2015. That does not mean that I will be taking responsibility for it, though. I think it would be a superb idea, and I would encourage all Noble Lords to support it. We all know that there's a way to go, but we simply cannot afford to let anyone waste their talents because of missed opportunities or social barriers. In 1903, the mantra "Deeds, not words" was adopted by Emmeline Pankhurst. And indeed, I would encourage all Noble Lords to carry on the deeds that they are doing. Together we must and we can create a fairer and more equal world where everyone has the same rights, the same opportunities, no matter their gender.